Yo, 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 yo. What's up, what's up, what's up? Give up the rack. And hello to my fellow revolutionaries. You know who you are. And welcome to today's live stream. It is Thursday. Damn, already. The 20th of August. And I hope you are doing well and ready for another exciting day of streaming fun. That's right. We're going to be looking at some interesting stuff today. Say hi if you haven't already. Ravi, doing the roll call. It's good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Today we're going to be having a look at the whole meta situation. As we like to do here, I like to go down the rabbit hole and look at surveillance capitalism, as some like to call it, techno-feudalism, as others like to call it, or just like the ins and outs of the brothers of tech, the tech pros, whatever it is that you call these people. Meta is in the spotlight at the moment in the US. There's a number of charges, I think, or another number of cases and lawsuits against them. But there is a big one going on at the moment, and I'm pretty sure it's in California that this has been lodged, but there's a number of people involved in it. Meta's been taken to court over, the whole like child protection, like child addiction in social media and the impacts it's had on an entire generation. And destroyed an entire generation, etc., etc. Hobo Joe in the house. How you going? Hope you're well. So we're going to have a look at the whole meta thing. That's going to take a bit of time because there's a lot to look at there. So strap yourself in. Tech bros sounds too cool. What about tech tubbies? Yeah, all right. What's the tubs thing? I see you guys writing tubs in the chat. And I'm just like, I am confused. I am not across this. Not that I'm usually across this, but like, let's go with what the hell is tubs? Ooh, Spendog. How you going? Morning. Hope you're well. But yes, gonna have a look at the tech bros. Gonna look at some other world affairs as well. The titans of tech. Let it be known. Let it be known. It's a sex thing, Mister. It's actually a sex thing. Got it. Oh, no more questions from me then. That's all I needed to know. We're going to have a look at some speculation about how the world is going to run out of food soon, thanks to, I don't know, a series of unfortunate events, wars, wildfires burning out of control across the European continent. So we're going to have a look at that world affairs situation and some other things. And then we're getting into theory Thursdays. So we'll do some theory this afternoon. And it's going to be like basically where we left off. Yesterday, we've been doing an investigation into kind of DSA and wokeism and all that sort of stuff. So we're going to continue looking into that for theory Thursdays. Nothing to concern yourself about. It's just rightio. It's just about the boob window. Got it. Haha, all from one passing reference to keeping your medical bud tubs under your dogs. Okay, so it was something that was happening in the chat. Got it. Wow. So much happens in the chat. Oh man, tubs. Okay. Now, I would like to get into the meta situation and figure out what's going on there. It should be interesting to see how they're framing all of this in terms of the people that are prosecuting. I'd like to see what they've got against the tech bros and how they're going to go at this case. I think there is a lot of grounds to say, we've had this discussion already this week, it was apparently a controversial one, but I think there's a lot of grounds to say that the tech bros, the titans of tech, have willfully and knowingly done a lot of damage, kind of like big tobacco, big oil, all those types of large industries that are kind of like, we understand what we're doing is going to have negative consequences, but it is profitable. And so we'll just play catch up when people figure it out. It seems like it's got that flavor to it, the tech bro situation, and Meta is first on the chopping block, and they're calling it a $1 trillion case. So like there's a lot of money on the line there, enough to bring met it to its knees. I wouldn't say it's going to bring it down, but like, it's significant stuff. Maybe seminal. Your grandkids might ask you about it one day. Were you there when? Yes, I remember that day when they brought Mark Zuckerberg down. You have so much lore to remember now. Yeah, then there's lore that's like, I don't even know it's existing. It's just happening in the chat. But just like, is that word tub has come out multiple times. Multiple times. So yeah, there's lore beyond the lore. And I just have to play catch up. So before we get into the Brothers of Tech, though, I did want to have a look at this because we had a look at this week. And there's just like a funny little interlude, I guess, with Trump being asked about if he's friends with Kim Jong-un. So if you haven't been here, we've been spending a bit of time looking at Korea. This week we looked at South Korea specifically and how Trump kind of decided that he was going to insult the South Koreans and demand as commander-in-chief that they scale back war games. So they have all these military exercises that they run with South Korea on a yearly basis. And like it's always been in preparation to fight off the North Koreans, who represent the scourge of communism that's going to take over the world. And Trump just turned around this week and goes like, why should we spend money on this? F you, South Korea. And like told them to suck it up. And then insultingly was just like, and like it just annoys the North Koreans, and me and Kim Jong-un are like best pals, didn't you know? And so yes, it's been very insulting week for the South Koreans. But like we've also spent all this time recently looking at North Korea and trying to get across the narrative on North Korea. Like the mainstream media have been recently talking up how well North Korea's economy has been going and like kind of big noting them. And it's really weird because usually North Korea is like, evil North Korea, I can't trust them. They've got nukes. Did you know they had nuclear weapons? Did you know? And so they fearmonger, and now they're kind of talking up their economic success. So we've been covering a lot of North Korea, and now Trump's being asked about his remarks about saying that him and Kim Jong-un are best buddies again, which is funny. Raphael Claris, are you a commie? Are you a commie, man? I am a commie curious, that's for sure. We're all a little bit commie curious. Aren't you commie curious, Raphael Claris? Yeah, come on. I'm a commie man. Are you a commie man? 4AS in the house. How you going? What's up? What's up? Yo, yo, yo. Bet Trump's favorite movie is The Interview. Funniest. I haven't seen it. I wonder if it's any good. If it's just hilarious stuff. All right. Here it is. The link for the podcast stream tonight. Commie Gang Unite. Oh, yes. So if you're watching this right now, go to this link. I've just put a link in the chat for you. And on that link, this is where me and 4AS are going to be doing a live stream on our podcast channel tonight. So let's say roughly 3 hours. Yeah, 3 hours after we finish streaming here, we're going to do a stream on our podcast channel. So go to the link, go and subscribe to that, and put that in your watch list. And we're going to go live tonight. So come and join the party. Don't miss out. However, Joe, I had a bit of relief yesterday. I was talking to my mother, who was a bit of a conservative, and she asked if I was voting for Pauline. And when I said no, she started telling me how much she dislikes her. I was sure she would side with her, but no, she remembers what she said. Remembers what she has been like for the last 30 years. So why did she ask you then if you were voting for Pauline? She was just inquisitive. It's just oh, are you voting for Pauline? And just testing the waters to see what your response would be. And then you're like, oh. And she's like, no, I'm not. That's rather interesting. So your mother has a memory. And so she's voting off that. Not just the wave of Pauline that we've been getting. No idea. He was just asking to see my opinion. Very interesting. Wow. Hey? Damn old woman has elephant memory. Yeah. She remembers. I remember. I remember 1996 like it was yesterday. Maybe she heard about young people being red pilled, so she was asking out of curiosity. I'm just spitballing. Yeah. We've all been red pilled and trans pilled and rainbow pilled and gay space luxury communism pilled. We've had all the pills. All the pills. All right, if you're watching on the vertical stream and you want to come across, like that's on YouTube, I mean, if you're watching on YouTube vertical stream and you want to come across to the horizontal, here's a link to the horizontal stream for you. All right, shall we have a listen to what he has to say about glazing and why he's so enamored with Kim Jong-un? Oh yeah, gay frog peeled. So many different types of peels.
Wonderful deal. Hopefully a wonderful deal for everybody, yeah.
Mr. President, earlier today you said North Korea has something like 57 nuclear weapons. They've been expanding their nuclear program. Is your goal in trying to re-engage with Chairman Kim still denuclearization? And what makes you think you could be successful now when you weren't?
Well, I don't want to talk about that, but I do have a good relationship with Kim Jong-un. As you know, you've seen.
So good. Oh, I don't want to talk about what you're asking me, so I'm just going to say whatever I feel like about Kim Jong-un. All right, let's do this.
He didn't like Biden. He didn't like Obama. He didn't like anybody, but he likes me, and I just got along with him very good. We had great meetings. We speak, and I think our nation, and I think other nations, frankly, whether it's Japan or South Korea, they're a lot safer if I'm president than if somebody else is president. Now, I didn't like the fact that we're doing these massive military exercises, really against North Korea. It was an exercise against North Korea. When I'm friendly with him, I don't see anything happening for certainly 2.5 years. It's not going to happen with me, but I don't see anything happening. And I was not happy when South Korea said, no, they're not interested in helping us with the Hormuz Strait, and yet they get 60% of their oil from the Hormuz Strait. I said, would you like to help us? He said,
But like they were getting 60% of their oil, and then you shut it down. You single-handedly, that's right, I said it, single-handedly, you made a decision, commander-in-chief, they were getting their oil, and then now it's shut, and it's all because you decided to pull the trigger. We'll never know the true circumstances around this. So much speculation. Was it Bibi who told it to do it? Was Trump going to do this all along? Is it the deep state? We'll never know. But you shut the Strait down. They were getting their oil just fine. And no one wanted to get involved. No, everyone was like, I'm not touching that one. Thank you very much. You can have it, Trump. All yours. In the last time that we caught him talking about this subject, he was like, not that we needed their help anyway, but we asked for it and they said no, so I'm offended. It's just like, well, like you don't need it. You're big bad Trump. Why are you offended that they said that they don't want to help out with Hormuz? Come on, bro. I got down with Kim Jong-un like I did Bubba. Oh, man. Oh, God. I wonder, hopefully it wasn't at the same time. I can't hear peeling without thinking of The Origin, The Matrix. Then I see Keanu saying, I know Kung Fu. Welcome to my brain. Oh, yeah. I know Kung Fu. Do you reckon he leaves orange marks on white surfaces everywhere he goes? Yes. Yes, 100%. Yes. Gotta keep the prez off white couches. Well, I think of the surface of Mars. It's why Elon was fascinated with them. No, sir, naughty, no uppies. Oh my God.
said, no, thank you. I said, that's nice, please, thank you. He made us a lot of money. I didn't like that. So I felt that to do we were doing a massive war exercise. I thought that was very insulting to somebody that, frankly, has been, during my term at least, very well behaved.
What is he talking about?
On the bond market.
Honestly, it's very insulting. It's very, aggressive towards North Korea. That's the whole point of these games, is to continually show North Korea, since they started doing this, what was it, 50 years ago, 70 years ago? It's continually show North Korea. That's right, I'm telling you right now, are ready for you. Look how good we are. We're going to do a little flex here, a little flex there. Hey, we got you, North Korea. Of course it's designed for that. Ah, man, what an idiot. But he does it so cool, right? So cool. Like, he's like, who cares? I'll just make it up as I go along. Let's do this. All right, let's get to meta. I want to look at this. Now, let's just get some context on this first before we go to the actual trial. So what I want to have a look at today, if you're down for the torture, is, first of all, I guess we're going to get some context from the BBC, everyone's favorite source for the manufacturing consent line. Then we go and we have a look at either the people talking about it, so all of the parents that have had children that have been victims, let's say, of social media coercion. They speak out the front of the courthouse, so we get to hear some testimony from them. And then we can also have a listen to the Attorney General, who is prosecuting this case, and see what they have to say about it. But this potentially is seminal in the fight against the new type of capitalism, crony capitalism, I should say, that is taking the world by storm, and it's tech-based, the titans of tech. I can't handle hearing about Elon at the moment. Why is he trying to reverse the ban on AI-generated CP? What? He's trying to reverse that? Damn. What? Why? What's wrong with him? What a weird thing to go after. It's freedom of speech, I tell you. He's just the champion of freedom of speech. Let's have a look. He's got the dumb face. It's so good. The Mark Zuckerberg confused face. It's like the Nick Shirley confused face.
A jury trial is due to begin in California very shortly that could reshape how billions of us use social media.
It's being called the largest consumer protection lawsuit in American history. Bigger than cases brought against big tobacco more than 2 decades ago.
It's going to be massive if indeed this goes through, and it's going to have.
He likes little kids, like all the powerful. What's surprising about that? Yeah, but what do you need AI generate? They are the Epstein class. They can just get access to real ones, fly them around the world. Why does he need to have access to AI generators? What a weirdo. What a grub. I'm telling you, people, this is class society. They are not of the same nature as you are. All right? They are completely different humans. What is this? What's going on here? Do I want to know what this is a picture of? I'm going to say no. I'm going to go with that. What's happening there? Oh, okay. At least he's got sun protection on. Got to be safe.
Huge impact on the company.
The clear distinction here with this lawsuit and with the other lawsuits, thousands of them, in fact, that are being brought in the US at the moment.
Cons in the house, how you going? It's for the little man. Not every pedo can afford a trip to the island. This is for them. Men of the people. Just some favorite pics of Zuck. Okay.
That Meta and other tech companies knowingly profited from harm.
It would mean perhaps that social media becomes a little more boring for lots of us, which might make us feel a little bit better, because actually we might not be trapped in those loops quite so often.
There should be an end to the scroll, but also I don't know if it would really work.
I think more controls would definitely make it better.
I think the main takeaway from this trial is that US states are saying that we need to regulate or change the design of these platforms and not just the content that we see.
Not too shabby. How about yourself? Well, I'm ready to deep dive into the Meta case, honestly. I want to know what people have to say about this. Again, as in the people that are not in the defense, but the proponents. I want to see what their case is, honestly, against this. Because, like, we've had a lot of pushback in the chat about this stuff. Like, people are like, and so they do this stuff all the time. Who cares? It's like 10 years old. It's like, well, yeah. Like, should they keep doing it and profiting off it? Like, I want to know what their case is. I really want to know to see how they're going to tackle this one. Can they make an example out of Meta and, like, put a spanner in the works of the social media machine that is largely like it has its own purposes, but, like, it is also largely a weapon of US soft power around the world. They control the information space a lot through the information that is disseminated through social media. And, like, if this impacts that powerful machine, what are they going to do? Are they going to let this one go? Are they going to step in before the courts do something crazy? Would be beautiful to see. Well, we'll see. Hey, justice. Will justice be served? I think not. But if they have a good case, it'll be interesting to hear it. The big story. Yeah.
So this is a major social media trial that is taking place in the United States. The tech giant Meta is accused of deliberately designing some of its platforms to be addictive to its young users. Meta, which owns Facebook and Instagram, is also accused of misleading the public. Meta strongly denies the claims, which it calls
misleading the public, designing their platforms to be addictive. Like, it's all intuitive stuff, isn't it? But it's bringing it to apparently the place where we as humans have decided that this type of stuff needs to be adjudicated on. It's taking it to the courts, man. This is where we're going to settle it once and for all. Used to be the battlefield, now it's in the courtroom.
Unsubstantiated. They said the evidence will show their long-standing commitment to supporting young people. But if they lose, the trial could cost the company hundreds of billions of dollars. Joining me is our senior technology reporter, Chris Valens. Chris, why is this trial taking place?
Well, I think around the world we've seen growing concern
That's so
about
good.
the impact.
Gasp. Misleading coming from mainstream media is rich. So rich. It's deliciously rich. Still my fave. Feel like this should be his natural state. Morning, E-peeps. Woozle. How's it going? Hope you're well.
Of social media
is our senior technology reporter, Chris Valens. Chris, why is this trial taking place?
Well, I think around the world we've seen growing concern about the impact of social media on children, and that has certainly been a very active and in many cases bipartisan debate in the US. In this case, what we're seeing is, in a sense, a sort of a new high watermark in that challenge as it goes through the courts, with 29 US states involved in this legal action, which effectively says that Meta's product was, if you like, faulty by design. There were features in it that were designed to be addictive and were harmful to the company's most vulnerable users, in this case, children. These are, of course, claims that Meta strongly denies and will fight strongly in court.
Well, the trial stems
It's not a bug, it's a feature. They designed it this way. Who would have thought? Thinking about how long it took for pokies to get some pushback and standards, that's a fair point. It's definitely, they use the exact same psychological tricks and manipulation that the gambling industry does. Bright lights, nice music, flashing, colors. It's definitely about getting people hooked and keeping them hooked. Eyeballs, baby. And they're monitoring it as well. They're watching you, watching it, watching you, watching it. Woozle should have been here for the tubs. Ooh, love me some tubs. Everyone's in on it. Let's be honest, legacy media is dying and they're using children as a human shield to stay relevant. Oh, God. Wouldn't be the first time people have used kids as a human shield, I guess. Won't be the last. It's going to hit the fan in court when the messages come out of the execs saying exactly that. It's working exactly as intended. Yeah. And we know about it as well from whistleblowers and other situations. It's pretty obvious. But if you look at like I said earlier, if you look at what social media is in its place in the system, the global crony capitalist system, it's an important piece of machinery that helps control public opinion. And are they really going to cripple such a powerful machine in mind control and public discourse? Are they really? Are they going to let that slide? Like, I guess, like, let's be honest, like 90% of it is just making people like zombies. And so they're just like, but like, no, there is an element of pushing a narrative through it. 10% of the time at least, to be generous. And so, like, would they let that go? Would they let that, despite what execs have been saying, are they going to actually cripple their own machinery here? Would you give up that power? Watching me, watching you. Nothing happened when Murdoch testified in court. If you believe the crap I broadcast, you're an idiot. Yet people still watch it. Those who should care don't. Well, it's the judiciary deciding, so slightly more hope than if it was the state. I hear you. But like, you always so have to speculate on like who picks the judiciary as well. But yeah, I don't know how far they'll go. I just don't have faith. Later, boys. See you after work. False Avatar, thanks for hanging. Thanks for chatting. It's been good. Anyone want to come live in an underground house with me in Cooper PD? It's got an inside pool. All right. Does it like block you out from the outside world as well, so you can't be monitored by tech giants, the titans of tech? Let me know.
A lawsuit filed in 2023. Dozens of US states filed the federal lawsuit. They allege that Meta incorporated harmful features on Instagram and Facebook to drive engagement among young users to boost profits, and then misled the public about it. This trial, which is set to last for 6 weeks, features 4 of those US states as plaintiffs. So that's California, Colorado, Kentucky, and New Jersey. They want Meta to change the algorithms and to end autoplay. We'll have more on that shortly. But this isn't the first trial against social media companies. Our technology correspondent, Lily Jamali, explains.
A high-profile trial in Los Angeles this year where a jury granted a 20-year-old California woman $6 million on claims Instagram and Google's YouTube harmed her mental health. And in New Mexico, the Attorney General recently convinced a jury Meta deliberately endangered children, prompting nearly $1 billion in fines. Meta is appealing, but a judge has ordered more rigorous age rules and a stop to overnight push notifications for users under 18.
Chris is still with
Overnight
us.
push notifications? That's pretty crazy. That's a big part of their machinery too. Getting people hooked. Get a little buzz in the middle of the night. I better get back on and check that real quick. Hey.
Chris, there have been other lawsuits that Meta have faced. What makes this one different?
Well, I mean, this comes less than 2 weeks after.
Alas, got to get back to work, but keen to catch up later, y'all. Thanks, Con. See you soon.
One of those lawsuits in which a court in New Mexico, the judge there described the platform, the company's products as, if you like, a public nuisance, like air pollution. I think with this case, you've got a similar kind of logic. It's a product safety issue, if you like, but the stakes are so much higher. I mean, Meta is trying to claim that, the potential costs, the potential fines could run to $1.4 trillion. The attorney generals, the states, put that at a much lower figure, 200 billion. But either way, the changes to the platform and the potential fines mean that, even if it's not an existential issue, it's likely to change the company. And if it loses...
Well, like, see, I maybe where I'm overplaying this, like, if let's just say that they win, it's going to change the platform in the US. That's where the jurisdiction lies. So the hundreds of millions of people across the world, if not billions of people that rely on Meta for social media services, communications, and just getting general knowledge about what's going on in the world, like, those hundreds of millions of people will remain unprotected. That's largely what that book is about by that Sarah Wynne Williams, Careless People. Like, there's a lot of people in countries around the world, in, like, let's say developed countries, that started pushing back on Facebook and asking for regulation. But there are heaps of countries that have absolutely no ability to stand up to Meta, because they just don't have, I guess, the resources. They can't regulate it, and so they go unregulated. Like the whole Myanmar incident, like how that Rohingya genocide took place, and it was all spurred on by Facebook posts, and fueled on their platform. And they were kind of, they didn't even have anyone in a department anywhere where people could report posts to. They didn't have anyone that spoke the native languages, so they couldn't understand and like review posts or anything like that. They had absolutely zero resourcing on that situation. So maybe, if this has any consequence, it'll just be restricted to the US. But still, might be an interesting case nonetheless.
Existential issue is likely to change the company, and if it loses.
This is a case that involves US states, but it's worth saying that countries have also tried to legislate against these social media companies. Let's take you through some of them. In December 2025, Australia became the world's first country to ban social media for children under 16, blocking them from platforms including TikTok, YouTube, and Meta's Instagram and Facebook. In June of this year, the then Prime Minister, Sir Keir Starmer, announced plans to approve a ban on social media for under 16s here in the UK. By Christmas, with the measure set to take effect around spring 2027. In the same month, Canada proposed a social media ban for children and teenagers under the age of 16, with a workaround for tech firms. They have to demonstrate that they have policies in place to minimise harms to minors. In August, France's top court blocked a bill banning social media access for under 15s, saying it infringed upon freedom of expression. France's parliament had approved the ban in July amid growing concerns about online bullying and mental health risks. Chris, why are some countries bringing in these bans, do you think?
Well, again, I think it really follows from this concern.
There's a lot more countries. Like, that's just a good selection of Western countries. But like, there are a lot of countries outside of that are considering this as well. I know Indonesia and Malaysia are considering this sort of stuff too. But like, there is a large global reaction to this, protecting kids online from predatory activity, not by PDFs, but like from actual corporate giants, from crony capitalists. And as we all know, the major issues in these countries right now, children on social media. But like, think back to yourself though, like as a teenager. Think back to yourself as a teenager. Honestly, just like envisage what you were doing, and how you used to see the world, interact with people, how impressionable you were. Imagine if you had access to this, a computer in your pocket and social media following you around all the time. Like, it's, I don't know, I just find this to be one of those things. Yeah, okay, it's not the scariest thing. There's war on the menu, boys. And like, the global economy is going to be pulled into disarray. Is social media bans for kids really the top priority? Maybe not the most impending doom, but you don't get a chance back to save a generation once kind of once they've been impacted by something. It's over, man. Is the stream quiet for anyone else, or is just my shit set up? Ooh, good question. Is anyone else having problems with volume, or is it just? Let me know if you're having problems with volume, please. It looks to be fine on my end. I think it's fine. So like usually, it's like typical volume for IS. Thanks. People don't have houses, but won't someone think of the children? Oh, I would have got a bear. I would have got around this band in 1 second as a day. Entirely pointless. I remember those days of the door knockers and eggers. If you really pissed people off. Yeah, I'm sure people get around it, but like not doing anything about it or empowering people, like parents, to do something about it, I think is important. In my day, instead of posting hate posts, my generation just called your house till you answered to deliver life. Wait, I missed the bottom of that. To deliver life-threatening diatribes. I was out there getting around shit on my Nintendo DS. Oh, good here. Thanks for confirming. Won't somebody think of the money lenders? Yeah, like, come on. Somebody think of the money lenders. Yeah, look, I get it. Kids are going to get around stuff. But, like, empowering people to have the conversation with their own kids, I think is fine. Oh, hell yeah. Empower those parents. I'm all for that. Empower and educate about the access they let their kids have to the net. We have to think of some children, because if we thought of all the children, PDF and Jenny side would be actively stamped out. Yeah, can't have that, can we? And how to take responsibility. That's what I wake up and ask myself every day. What? What exactly? Won't somebody think of the children? That one? Adam, how you going?
Concern that there is about the impact of these platforms on child's well-being, on children's well-being. I think the interesting question is we're seeing these bans brought into force around the world. They're very different in flavor in many cases. There are a lot of unanswered questions. And in some respects, the best evidence for whether these bans work or not will be the bans themselves. So there's certainly a widespread global move in this direction.
And do you think they are effective?
I think from what we see, they certainly do result in the removal of hundreds of thousands of accounts from children. But the evidence from the first place to sort of introduce one of these bans, Australia, is that there's also quite a degree of circumvention. Now, you know, as I've said, it's a work in progress, and there are different approaches and different standards, different strengths of rule, if you like. But that's certainly going to be a question, the effectiveness of all this, given that it does deprive children of something that they find, in many cases, valuable and rewarding.
Did they get Zuck? Nah. Apparently this trial's going to go on for weeks. So, like, this is day one that we've seen so far. And we're going to get into the weeds of it. We're just getting context. We're getting BBC to set the ground for us so we know. I don't even mean responsibility just for internet access either, but everything. Parents seem to be forgetting they're responsible for a little living being, not anyone else. You are responsible. I think Bansal would agree with the childcare aspect there. Oh, yeah, fair enough. Absolutely. It's up to them. Their responsibility, etc., etc., etc. It's like the whole debate about, like, you know, leaving kids, you know, in front of the babysitter, i.e. the television. You know, if you're just going to leave your kids in front of the TV and then complain about what they're watching and demand that it's like better content instead of being like, don't leave the television to look after your children then, you knob. Obviously, there's a balancing act to that. But these guys are mad cowboys. Like you said it before, like once the emails and the correspondence between the execs come out and the conversations are shown to be like, this is how we actively target children, actively target them, and not because we're trying to, I don't know, provide a better service, but exploit them or take advantage of them, and not just for money, but like psychologically manipulate them to do stuff that we want. Once that stuff comes out, like, it's not going to look great. Like putting kids in front of a TV, the TV can't kind of get them to do things that they wouldn't have done before. Maybe a good program could do that, but like the physical television itself didn't have that sophistication, but their platforms do. So there's a balancing act. I get it. I understand. Zuck has too much power to face any real consequences. Maybe a fine. Yeah. To be fair, there is evidence that ads have been used to manipulate kids before. Yes. Yes, they use psychological tricks. For sure. Yeah, remember the ad agencies and children's shows that did the same thing? Like, I'm all for policing and censoring. Don't write. But would you have said a TV ID was a good idea? Sorry, done right. Yeah, got it. Seems a little wild. No, of course not. An ID to get on the television. But like, that's why, like, the question about ID though is it really the most appropriate measure in that sense? Saying that making a law like, kids shouldn't drive, kids shouldn't drink, kids shouldn't smoke under a certain age because we're worried about the consequences for young and developing people. That's fine. So like, kids under 16 shouldn't use social media. It's the same as like kids shouldn't drive, kids shouldn't smoke, drink, like all that sort of stuff. Like, there are certain societal standards that we put and hold for adults or mature beings or people that are fully developed or something like that. Like the digital ID thing, I think actually the digital ID actually suits people like the tech bros, because they are probably sick and tired of the anonymity of the internet, and they do want to start locking people down to the immense amounts of data and profiling they've got. So it probably suits them to do the whole ID thing. But like, that's just one of the ways that they could have addressed this situation. Like, they really could go into the platforms themselves and shut down the algorithmic tendencies towards behavioral modification and addicting, and like making it addictive. That would be the actual thing to do, as opposed to, yes, ID stuff. But like, we do this sort of stuff all the time as a society. We say that these types of things should be kept away from people that aren't old enough yet to make, I don't know, good decisions. Not that adults make good decisions, but like, you know what I'm talking about. Is that actually him, or is it like a joke? That's actually Zucky's. The Zuckmeister himself. America. Fuck yeah. That's so good. Oh, man. Yeah, I think it's a bit too far. Like, hey, I think society can help with protecting kids more, for sure. But yeah, this level of responsibility should be on the parents. Same as TV, basically. Put a warning for parents and they can stop their kids watching. Basic labeling like G, PG, M ratings, etc. should be at tops. I'm not here to tell you what is real or not, E. Hey, well, you posted it, bro. You should. You should put a warning on it. Hey? See what I did there?
Well, if Meta loses, it could force fundamental changes to the way young people experience social media. Our reporter Ben Henley has been looking at that.
The states want changes to some fundamental features on Facebook and Instagram, like stories and like counts. And they want changes to the algorithm to see an end to infinite scrolling.
What's your sort of screen time in an average week, would you say?
In a week? It's probably like 6 hours a day.
Yeah, I like stories because I like that they're not up there forever. There should be an end to the scroll, but also I don't know if it would really work. I feel like people would find something else because then you've got TikTok and like other things would just introduce the scroll. I can't think of one thing that it's good for.
I think more controls would definitely make it better because like when it comes to me, I've always been on social media for a very long time, but I recently started realizing how much of myself I'm putting out there.
A lot of my friends have also kind of like stopped using
Try
Instagram.
a book, lady. Dude, 6 hours scrolling a day. Man, she could do a lot of stuff. That's like a job. Not full-time, but pretty close to it. Fuck yeah, damn. Pick up a book, lady.
So much because it was kind of like taking over their lives. It's been a kind of conscious decision, I think, to kind of like wind down that sort of interaction.
Right now, this case is just in the US, but its outcome will likely have ramifications around the world.
Wait, 6 hours isn't normal? I'm sure it is. But like, imagine all the stuff that you could do if you had another 6 hours in your day. Hey? Imagine if you had an extra 6 hours a day. 30-hour day. Just got another 6 hours back somewhere. What would people do? I'd sleep in, that's for sure.
Thanks to Ben. We'll have to see how this case unfolds, of course. But Chris, how likely do you think it is that Meta might want to get rid of some of these features to avoid further lawsuits?
I think we've seen incremental changes from Meta as indeed this debate has continued, and they can point to a whole bunch of things they've done across their platforms to improve child safety and to improve parental controls. But on the other hand, what this lawsuit is asking...
I'd probably still waste it. Yeah, fair enough. But if you wanted to be productive, 6 hours...
are changes to things that are really quite fundamental to the way social media businesses work. I mean, changes potentially to the algorithm, to likes, to the way video works. These are all things that, you know, in a sense, help the businesses make money. So I suspect we may see some movement, but I think other changes that this legislation, this court case proposes, they may be harder for social media firms.
All right, that's enough speculation from you. Shut up, you face. Let's have a look at... Do we go to people first? Listen to their horror stories or listen to the prosecution? Maybe listen to the prosecution. Let's see what the attorneys general have to say about this. And they would just change it to 12-hour working day. Oh, man. The Democrats are PDF files. Just the Democrats? Can't it be all of the political class? All right, let's look. Let's watch this one. This is the guy. This is the main attorney general, I guess. Office of California. This guy. He's heading the charge on this case. There was 4 states. I'm pretty sure that we saw before. New Jersey, Kentucky, California, potentially. I can't remember what the other one was. Yeah, he's representing them. I know, we don't have to watch this whole thing, but I want to see, like, what type of case or argumentation they're going to make against Meta. What is it? What have they got against one of the most powerful corporations on planet Earth?
So we are teaming up here in our efforts to hold Meta accountable. Today, of course, was the first day of trial. It'll be a 5 to 7 week trial. But today, both the attorneys general and Meta laid out our cases. And I'm probably biased, but I found our case to be incredibly compelling, devastating in the presentation. The jury seemed very focused on hanging on every word that was being said. And we, of course, heard from the first witness, a whistleblower engineer from Meta who was in charge of child safety while there, who talked about the fact that Meta knew the harms that it was visiting upon children, but failed to act. He also talked about their motto, their culture, if you will, which was to move fast and break things. Unfortunately, the thing that was broken here was the mental health of our children. And so I'm grateful to have the opportunity to be here. We laid out our case today, which is essentially this, that Meta has designed and deployed a dangerous product with dangerous features that they knew would create excessive use and compulsion.
He's used the D word. No, it's a dangerous product. Who would have thought? Do you think this is really about the children, or is there something larger at play here? I don't know. Like what I was speculating on before was it doesn't matter how good their case is and how dangerous their product is actually found to be. Like they're not going to shut down a piece of weaponry that is used as soft power and around the globe. They're not going to do anything to affect that machinery in any substantial way that would like stop it from, like I said, being used to control global public opinion and feed people narratives and keep kind of the crony capitalist world turning. They're not going to sacrifice that piece of the or element in their arsenal. So if there is anything of substance that comes out of this, I really think it's just going to be to those 4 jurisdictions. It's going to be limited to those 4 states. And if there's any wider implications, it'll just be within America. Yeah, that's partly what I was prodding at. Isn't this only This isn't only dangerous for kids. As in like social media though. Yeah, I just don't think. Yeah, I don't think they would sacrifice social media too simply. Even if they didn't have a good case, they might get like slap on the wrist stuff. Yeah, they'll get a fine. They'll be asked to change. But like no one actually knows unless you get in to these companies how their algorithms work. They're not going to give that up freely. And that's the only way to actually resolve this situation is to curtail the algorithm. But it is its pervasiveness throughout the entire world, its ability to be pervasive, that is such an asset. So like why would they give that up? They've got the world by the balls here. Why would they let go of that? Like you said, it's a weapon used on the masses around the world, not just to manipulate some kids. Oh, wow. The case is based on that extract whistleblower's testimony we read. Thought it sounded pretty LOL. Well, I wonder if they have anything else.
Compulsive use by children, and it would create mental health harms, including things like anxiety and depression, like body image issues, like addictive tendencies, like learning loss. They knew all of that. They knew their product was dangerous, and they lied to the public. They lied to Congress. They told the public. They told the world that their product was safe, that it wasn't dangerous. And so their deception, their lies are at the core of our case. And we are excited about how our first day at trial went. We're excited about the opportunity to hold Meta accountable for its conduct. And we look forward to taking this case all the way to the end here and getting the appropriate remedies, both injunctive relief, changes in behavior, changes in business practices going forward, as well as the appropriate financial penalties. A couple things I want to highlight between our investigation and our
it's too front-facing, eh? You still have to download and engage with the app. What are the 4 states? Is it just a pre-midterm political stunt? I don't know. It was California, Kentucky, and New Jersey. Can't remember what the other one was. We can ask. I'm going to get my research assistant out. Palantir exists. Now your data is extracted. Well, like remember we were learning about that blue thing the New South Wales police have? It's that blue something. Can't remember, but there's some power or system that the police have engaged, which is a technology developed by IsNutRail. They can just scrape all the data off your phone, and they don't need to get they don't need a warrant for it. If they pull you over and have reasonable grounds, they can just scrape your phone and take all your information. makes Meta redundant when you have a system being introduced that does the same tracking wise but more invisible. I like, but this is beyond tracking, and that's why I tried to talk about this so much the other day when we were having this conversation. It's about manipulation and behavioral modification as well. It's an attack on free will, and like the symptoms that he was talking about there, like stress, anxiety, and mental loss. Like, imagine if your product is actually destroying people's brains, and you have a generation of people affected, and they can't retain information because they got no ability to pay attention to anything for longer than like 10 seconds or something like that. And we've created a whole bunch of goldfish children because that was profitable to someone. Surveillance capitalism. There is currently a lawsuit involving Meta, which is being spearheaded by the state of California into social media, childhood addiction. What are the 4 states that are part of this case? California, Colorado, Kentucky, New Jersey. I don't know enough about that or that list there. Does that answer any question about midterms? Are they trying to influence voter bases there by prosecuting or going after Meta? Is this good politically for these people in the run up to the midterms? Kentucky is interesting. Go on. I would like to know more. I say Palantir, but they're the main offender. It's all AI. Yeah, Palantir just gets is in the spotlight all the time. I wonder all the ones that are lurking in the background that we have no idea about, hey?
And disclosures from former insiders. A couple things of your changes in business practices going forward, as well as the appropriate financial penalties. A couple things I want to highlight between our investigation and our and disclosures from former insiders, whistleblowers, folks who used to work at Meta. We have proof that Meta knows that Instagram is harmful to a significant percentage of teenagers, especially teen girls. Meta knows that. Meta knows that more than 13% of teen girls on Instagram say the platform makes thoughts of suicide and self-injury worse. Meta knows that. They know that 17% say it makes eating issues worse. And 32% say it makes body images worse.
Kentucky has a Dem governor, but it is also the home of McConnell. So is it the Dem governor that's pushing this then? Historically a very conservative state, but so you think that maybe it's the Dem governor that wants them to be in on this? See, we're trying to do something. We're trying to bring down the brothers of tech and protect the children.
Knows that. Meta knows that certain key features can push users into harmful content. Meta knows that the like button leads teens to compulsively engage with the platform.
Now, this is some old stuff. They're like so far behind, aren't they? The like button is the only thing. Okay? Now, saying that, if you're on YouTube and you're watching this and you haven't already, activate the like button. Do yourself a favor.
All of that and more, and decided to do more of it, to dig in deeper, to double down on that conduct, on those practices. Mark Zuckerberg, founder, chairman, CEO of Meta, personally axed Meta's proposed policy to ban image filters that simulated the effects of plastic surgery, despite internal pushback from his own team. His own employees were telling him he shouldn't do this, and an expert consensus that such filters harm users' mental health, especially women and girls. Mr. Zuckerberg himself chose profits over the safety of children. He was presented with a choice where his own staff was telling him, this will hurt kids if you do it. We think you shouldn't do it. And he overruled them and said, do it, knowingly harming kids.
Yeah. Move fast and break things. Haha, smoothie. Yes. Yeah, activate the like button. Oh man. LOL, look at his wifey. Food companies that know their food is cancerous and using harmful chemicals are still allowed to do its thing. Why draw the line at social media? Tough question. But like, don't they have like safe levels of stuff? Like, you know, when you hear that about food and they're just like, and that is beyond, like, they put beyond the safe level of that, yeah, cancerous or dangerous chemical into this food. And your initial reaction to hearing that is like, why are they putting that dangerous or cancerous chemical in food in the first place? What do you mean beyond the acceptable levels? Should it not be in there at all then if we know it's dangerous? So yeah, why go after social media and not food? That's bourgeois society, baby. Profits. They've already done their battles. This is the battle of the 21st century. That was a battle for, I don't know, the 20th century or something like that. Nobody cares about food anymore. As long as it's just got no sugar in it. Everyone's scared of sugar these days. And fat. Everyone's scared of fat. Like, as long as it's low fat and low sugar. And no gluten. People are scared of that too. Han, allowed? Yeah, why are they allowed? That's right. They should be poisoning our kids. Sorry, I should have been plugging. Huh. It's all good. We will do the plugging. It's our plugging. Call me plugging. Captain Bucket, yo, yo. How you going? Grammar Nazi. Yeah, there's an interesting point about the food, though, isn't it?
And then later, telling the world that their product was safe. The company had internal discussions about the negative impacts of the like button, but they decided to keep it anyway. Again, they chose profits over the safety of children. At the same time, the company affirmatively misled teens. It misled their parents and the public about the safety of its platforms for young users and concealed the ways in which Instagram and Facebook exploit and manipulate its most vulnerable consumers, teenagers, and children. Zuckerberg testified to Congress that Meta doesn't design its products to be addictive, that Instagram does not harm children. Instagram president Adam Mosseri testified to Congress that Instagram is not addictive. These and other statements by the companies were picked
So,
up
like,
in the
can
media.
they use that against them then? Like, in a court of law, you lied to Congress. Are they under oath when they do things like that? It would appear in this case that the plaintiff is asserting that Instagram, for example, claimed in Congress, potentially in some type of hearing or committee investigation into social media, that their product was not addictive. And they have evidence to suggest that they know that it is addictive. If they are shown to have been lying to Congress, is that something that can form part of this case or have implications on this case? What you've identified is potentially a very important part of the plaintiff's case. In fact, the documents in the litigation specifically identify statements made by Meta executives to Congress about whether Instagram was addictive. There are two separate issues here. Congressional statements can be evidence in a civil defense. In September 2021, Facebook's head of global safety, Antigone Davis, testified before Congress about the effects of Facebook and Instagram on young people. When questioned about the products being addictive, she said, "I disagree with calling our product addictive." Instagram head Adam Mosseri subsequently told Congress, "I don't believe the research suggests that our products are addictive." The damaging part is what Meta allegedly knew internally. The plaintiffs have internal Meta documents in which employees appear to acknowledge that users were addicted. For example, court filings cite internal statements, including app addiction is common on IG. Concerns that driving users' sessions could incentivize Meta to make its product more addictive. Was it actually lying to Congress? Being proven wrong is testimony, not automatically perjury. Okay. So yes, the plaintiffs can establish that Meta executives knowingly concealed or contradicted their own internal findings when speaking publicly and to Congress. That could be powerful evidence. Just evidence. This article has an interesting spin on a conservative think tank. James Madison, the $1 trillion lawsuit against Meta does not compute. The pesticides that are known to be extremely harmful and seep into waterways and are causing health issues, yet Trump gave those companies full swing to use as much as they like. So true, I'm a big fan of socialism. It's in the name. Ooh. Dilemma's in the house. Commie plugging. Is that a sex flotilla thing? Somi, Trump is literally the second most mentioned person in the Epstein files. Yes, yes. Very interesting. And the files they've released are the ones that they've already curated, which raises further questions. This raises further questions. Patches is back for more food. I'm doing my part. For the Birdman in solidarity. Last section is the most interesting. Okay. Let's have a look-sees. Let's have a look-sees, shall we? Actually, I might do it here. Potentially. Regulation by litigation. 4 states behind this demand are working backward from the predetermined conclusion that Meta's platforms are harmful to its users in an effort to inflict maximum financial pain on the company. Accordingly, the penalty is better understood as an attempt to punish Meta for features that the states have failed to restrict through the traditional legislative process. In charging Meta for every in charging Meta for every month in which a teen's screen time surpasses a manufactured threshold. The states convert engagement driven by legally protected features into a recurring fine. In doing so, these attorneys general are attempting to bypass the constitutional limits that have stopped legislators across the country, anointing themselves the final arbiters of how free speech should be exercised online. Indeed, this fight is taking place in a courtroom largely because similar ideas have been tried by state legislators over the years only to be blocked time and time again on First Amendment grounds, most recently in Nebraska this past June. If consumer protection law can transform protected design choices into trillion-dollar fines, platforms will reshape their product to satisfy whichever attorney general threatens them next, leaving those who should help decide, parents, voters, or legislators, with no say in the process. The result is a system of regulation by settlement. If the state wants to redesign social media, the Constitution gives them a path. Pass a law and defend it in court. Interesting. That is rather interesting, isn't it? Don't do it through the bourgeois system. Don't do it through the courts. That's where they like to play. Do it through legislation. Rather interesting. That's the more democratic way. That is technically the more democratic way. You do it through legislation. You vote for people to pass legislation in your interests. And if it's consumer protection, then so be it. But like, should they be held accountable is the question here. Or should they just be controlled? Both pertinent questions. I think it's more actually relevant that they should be controlled as opposed to be held accountable. Like, it should be both. But like, what's more imminent is like, if they're doing something that is dangerous, or if they're doing stuff that people don't like as a society, as a voter base, as a constituency, whatever you want to call them, then legislate against it. The people have spoken. The people have spoken. Is this to be another case with boomers having no idea how the internet works? Yes, maybe we can get them to read out more smut in court, though. That would be amazing. It's funny when they say that, but they have also captured the government. I don't know if legislation is less compromised than enforcing law. State versus judiciary. Who's more corruptible / influenceable? Yeah, but like, if you believe in democracy, if you believe in it, massive caveat there, then it is way more democratic than the judiciary. Court settlement is not like the people's choice. It's just two parties deciding what's going to be in their best interests. And they compromise. But legislation, ostensibly, is supposed to be made by those who are elected to represent the people. This was my ass. My ass. I mean, if you wanted to be thorough, you'd legislate and then try them in court. But like, you can't do it retrospectively, or you shouldn't do it retrospectively. If the legislation passes, it shouldn't go back in time and be like, now it's a crime, we're going to persecute you for what you did in the past. It needs to be both. You would want to control them going forward, but then like, maybe hold them accountable for actions they knew, which is I guess the point of this, right? And we're going to look at the people that think they should be held accountable after we listen to this guy. And we're going to listen to the stories of all the upset, like parents who have literally lost children, or just had people affected by it, but like people have taken their own lives because of what they've done or seen or how they've interacted with social media. Woozle, I believe in an informed democracy where the electorate isn't lied to before casting their vote, and that most can be led to vote against their own interests. And good luck with that. What type of fantasy world is that? Informed democracy. We're going to have like some very, very impartial media institutions out there then. I just don't see that happening. That's what this is kind of about. This is about the outrageous actions of media, whether this is social media or not. But like, yeah, good luck with that. Well, criminal court is the state suing you. The people would be one of those two parties. Again, ostensibly. If you believe that the state represents you. But like, your elected officials who pass legislation actually are supposed to represent you. So yes, if you believe in bureaucrats representing you through the state, then that's fine. But it's not democratic though. Diff process, diff representation. I had a friend pass away from this type of situation. She was 14 at the time. Well, so I'm just lurking on this one. It's a bit close. Fair enough. But still democratic, technically speaking. You are technically correct. The best type of correct.
They were relied on by teens.
This hinges on how much you believe the judiciary and the state actually function properly. Yeah, like they serve the public interest, but they're not elected. They're not representatives. So like, it's technically not democratic. Are they upholding the public interest? Do they represent the people? Fine. But it's not as democratic as your elected representatives supposedly passing legislation. Which I think we're on the same page there.
Relied on by their parents and relied on by the community at large. Our investigation even found instances where the company acknowledged internally that it had misled the public. I'm glad that they acknowledged that fact, that they misled the public. Meta's conduct is deceptive, it is dangerous, and as we make clear in our lawsuit, and as is most important in a court of law, it is illegal. The company had a legal, not to mention a moral, obligation to consider the safety of young users when designing their products. The data is clear. More time on social media tends to be correlated with depression and anxiety, body image issues, susceptibility to addiction, and interference with daily life, including learning. If you're a parent, like I am, or a guardian, a teacher, a healthcare provider, sadly, you have likely seen some of this play out in your own life, in real life. Parents and caregivers protect children from so many daily dangers, as we should, making sure our children wear a seatbelt, keeping a close eye on kids around water. If you have a baby, cutting food like a blueberry down into a small enough piece so it doesn't choke the baby. But we cannot adequately protect our children from the harms of Instagram and Facebook when the company, one of the largest, richest, most powerful companies on the face of the earth, lies to us and hides the truth and designs these platforms to drive compulsive use while lying to your face and telling you it's safe. Parents cannot do their job if they're being lied to. Teens, parents, the community, the public deserve the truth. You should not be lied to. You deserve better than that. As Attorney General of the greatest state in the nation, sorry to my colleagues, they can and they should say the same thing about their states. But the state where Meta has made its home and has done very, very well for itself, I'm proud to co-lead this national fight to demand accountability and to demand justice. This is about our children, the next generation, our kids. They deserve to be safe. And Meta has acted unlawfully here. We are here to hold them accountable. We look forward to continuing our trial and bringing our case forward. Before I turn it over to my colleagues to make a few remarks, I want to thank the individuals on my team who have given so much of their time, their energy, their passion, their talent, their skills to bring this case to court today. Watching our team present the case, talking to them in the war room.
Dude, that's pretty good, actually. PMC California. That's not bad. I'll take that. And like that's, you know, Christine, the first person I really heard critiquing the PMC in relation to kind of wokeism and the class movement or class warfare was Christine Liu, and she's from California. And like she's a professor at a university in California. C. Liu Anon. And so she's an interesting one. She brought that conversation to a head for me. And so did Christopher Lash, another guy. Christopher Lash was, I don't know, a writer in the 80s or the 90s, I guess. I like her a lot. She's spicy. Yeah. And so like she, like a lot of One Dime stuff reminds me of stuff that I've heard her saying. She's got a little book about the professional managerial class, actually, that I've read. It's quite interesting. And she's a California gal.
I couldn't be more proud to be their colleague, to be on their team, to be part of their team fighting for the safety of our kids and our children. They don't do it for the limelight, so I'm about to embarrass them. But I want to thank them, and they deserve this recognition, so I want to say some of their names. Megan O'Neill, Jubileer, Ryan, Bobby Dari, each and every one from Colorado.
I want to thank Lori Schott for being here. In the courtroom today, I saw a friend of mine, Lori Schott. Lori Schott is in a club that none of us would want to belong, and she was there with some others in that same club. Parents who've lost kids who've died by suicide after sustained exposure and engagement.
No way. David in the house. Holy crap. Greetings from Hawaii. We cut in a democracy cannot cast votes, responsibility of government. How you going? It's been ages. Hope you're well. Hope you are well.
Anna Schott was a beautiful little girl who loved her life on the eastern plains of Colorado, who spent hours and hours and hours on Instagram and had a social media addiction, watching videos that harmed her. The information that she received included guidance not to talk to her parents about her mental health because her parents would institutionalize her. Anna's no longer with us. She died by suicide. And Lori, through that pain, has found purpose. Purpose to stand for...
Where did the information come from? What, Meta told her not to seek mental health advice? Or like go talk to her parents about it? That's a wild claim if that's true. That's scary. Like when all those examples we saw of ChatGPT telling people not to do things or to do things that are not safe, etc., etc. Those were crazy examples.
Other kids and families by calling for accountability of social media platforms that are harming our kids and fueling a youth mental health crisis. There are now a generation of kids who have lost sleep because of notifications and alerts all hours of the night, who performed less well in school because they were distracted and tired, and even kids like Anna, who died by suicide. This social media-fueled youth mental health crisis demands action, and I am proud to be with a coalition of state AGs coast to coast from both political parties in court in the case that will provide meaningful relief and address these harms. The way that Meta has managed Instagram and Facebook has been, as AG Bonta described, deceptive. It's been wrongful and it's been illegal. It has ended lives.
Just a heads up, the social media isn't the issue. It's the parenting. We've heard this one. You and Spandong should get together on this one. It's not the media. It's the parenting. Goddamn parents. I'll read it again, David. Greetings from Hawaii. We citizens of a democracy cannot cast our ballots responsibly if our government are always lying to us, misleading voters. Should be a felony. Bloody oath. But like, it wouldn't be politics anymore, would it? That's what politics do. I am well. Glad I have time to listen this afternoon on vacation. Enjoy your vacation. Goddamn. Hell yeah. So essentially the algorithm will push content that you engage with. If you're looking up mental health, it will show you what you want. As someone who's grown up around this, it's always trauma. Send the kids to therapy if they're on their phones all the time.
Lives like Anna's. It has harmed families like Lori's. It has hurt communities. It's prevented kids from thriving and damaged a generation of young people. In the midst of this crisis, the AG community is stepping up. All of us united on a bipartisan basis to take on the goal based on the following observation, that our kids deserve better, that we can do better. We can address this mental health crisis, including by making sure families know the truth about social media, by making sure the types of action...
Oh, that's what you mean. They're probably on their phone is to escape trauma in live, right? Now, lying would be a good topic. None of this misinformation, disinformation, malinformation stuff. Just saying lying. Yeah, just saying lies. After we had the incident happen, my school set up a 2-week-long program of education around rights, consent, safety online, group counseling, etc. Like really intense, but it changed us in a big way. Now that I suggest a rating system for content like TV as tops for censorship. Makes me insane listening to levels of protection afforded to some children, but not others.
And features that were talked about today are addressed because our young people's both mental health and physical health has been compromised. We filed this case nearly 3 years ago because we believed Meta was putting profits ahead of our kids' health. We're now presenting the evidence to make this case in a court of law. This is an historic trial that will provide the public an opportunity to learn just how Meta's actions broke state consumer protection law and the Children's Online Privacy Protection Act, known as COPA. The public is going to hear about how Meta profited from our kids' information and engagement on the platform. Meta knew that its business strategy was harming kids and that sustained engagement on this platform correlated and caused worse mental health. They told the public the opposite. When you compare what they knew privately with what they said publicly, it's a stark contrast. The reason that they deceived the public is because to come clean and to take steps to limit kids' access to social media would hurt their bottom line. The company worked to build a customer base recognizing the value of young kids, even those under 13, who they signed up and kept on the platform without the legally required consent of their parents. And those kids were harmed because of that sustained involvement. Meta's approach was to view these young kids as, and I quote here, a valuable and untapped market. And the addictive features they had, like notifications and alerts, were designed and maintained to keep those kids hooked on this platform. Other features, like the infinite scroll, they were designed for a very clear purpose, keeping kids engaged. And the efforts that Meta made to give kids an off-ramp, as was said in court today, were too little and too late. And the harm, less sleep, distracted kids, kids with worse mental health, remains alarming and a call to action. The fact that Meta downplayed these risks and deceived the public violates consumer protection law. The fact that they marketed to young people under 13, kept them on the platform, even knowing their actual ages, violates COPPA. The extensive harms, as A.G. Bonta noted, are not only lives that were lost like Anna, but a range of mental health harms, ranging from anxiety and depression, loneliness, lack of sleep, body image problems, eating disorders, and physical harm. Meta knew this was all happening, and yet they kept young people hooked because for them, less time online was less money in the pockets. The policies that Meta is now starting to talk about are basically relying on young people accurately reporting their ages, and as said in court today, when young people put in their actual birth date under 13 years of old, Meta doesn't remove them from the platform.
Shoshana, hey. Shoshana, baby, please. I can't wait for E to interview her and say, just give me a sec. This is a joke from the stream. Shoshana, baby, please. Just for her. It's the best name ever. Actually, I should think about renaming my kids, actually. You, Shoshana 1, Shoshana 2. All these things existed prior to the internet. What are gossip mags? What is Teen Vogue? LOL. Yeah, but come on. Now it's more sophisticated, eh?
Meta prompts them to put in a different date. These efforts are so easily overcome that they're not meaningful steps. And to say that parents should have been doing more, frankly, offends me as a parent, because parents have been told now for some time there's nothing to worry about. Meta hasn't shared the truth that remained kept from the public. There were several efforts to keep this case from a courtroom, starting in 2025 when Meta sought to dismiss this case, and the court has allowed these claims to proceed. There was then an effort to go to the Court of Appeals.
Dude, that's hilarious. 3 kids, Shoshana. Then you can call all 3 at once. Shoshana. So good. They all come running. Oh, man. Yeah, now it's reaching everyone at any time, at any age. Talk to you and kids. They said there is nothing to worry about, so I took it at face value and let my kids run wild. And like, that's a fair point as well. This isn't just about, hey, stupid parents, just do your parenting better. Like the 2 of them have said now, they lied about it as well. They said it was safe. It's like the tobacco thing where they used to get doctors to endorse cigarettes and be like, I smoke Camel cigarettes because it's so healthy. And like, so like people would have been like, oh, great. Thank God. I was really worried for a second that, like, you know, smoking was bad for my health. I guess if my doctor says it's okay, then oh, thank God, I can enjoy my cigarettes in peace. So like, there is an element of deception that is void of the conversation that's happening in the chat, where it's just like, yeah, we just need to hold people need to be more responsible. Like, people do have to be more responsible, but it is difficult when you're being lied to. And you're being like, there's nothing to see here. Keep moving. Nothing to see here. Right, we've known it isn't safe since it first came out. Yeah, but that's intuitively. And that's like reports and all that sort of stuff. This is different. This is different. This is more official than that. And like they have lied to say it's not safe, there are people out there that will believe them. We used to be told to get square eyes from sitting in front of the computer too long. Growing up, I've always been told to limit my time online. I want this to be the beginning. I want this to be the beginning, not a perceived solution. Just remember, if your child is upset, they probably just want a cigarette. Yeah, give them one of these. I mean, it's concentrating on kids. Doesn't make it okay that it's being done to adults if the results are the same health issues, because that's what's being debated. It's not as if it's okay, but if it's okay just for adults. No, it's not okay either way. But like for vulnerable people that need guardianship or guidance, like we do have different kind of standards, I would say. Yeah, it's all not good. It's all not good. These people went to the most elite schools and have some of the highest positions in the country. You can't tell me that they were oblivious. Adults are being affected just the same, in my opinion. Feels a little distracting and like a grab for your data through forced ID registration. All right, what you doing today that I can disagree with? Oh, you're going to love this. This is a smorgasbord of bandsaw abandoned disagreement issues. We're looking at the Meta case, and we're listening to the attorneys general that have filed a lawsuit against Meta to hold them responsible for harm that they've caused to kids, because they've knowingly caused harm. It's not just like, oh, did you realize this was going on? They've knowingly done it and lied about it. And we're up to the point where we're arguing over whether it's acceptable to do this or not, or if it's just like the parents' responsibility. And if the parents don't parent well, then tough. Your kids should be fed into the meat grinder. That's pretty much where we're at. I didn't shield my daughter. I taught her what to look out for in behaviors of those she interacts with, and made it safe for her to ask me anything. Lordy, those anythings. Interesting. Ha. Instead of actual harm reduction. I can't believe Ben saw AWOL today. He'd love this. Yeah, can't it be both? Yeah, can't it be both? Can't it be they're trying to grab ID, which is beneficial to the platforms. They don't give a shit. But it's also about protecting vulnerable. I think, I think I said that earlier. I agree with that. Why can't it be both? Selling addiction is corporate strategy 101. Ooh, this is interesting. I didn't think I'd hear you say that. I'm waiting for the follow-up here. Kids just want that smooth, refreshing taste of a Winnie Blue. Oh, man. Winnie Blues.
The Ninth Circuit.
This giant pit of snakes seems unsafe for kids. Well, you could just feel it in. Whoa. We need the snake pit for us adults. Okay. You think we're made of money, mate? Yeah, I know. Winnie Blues for kids. Come on. AWOL is character building. Bitches smoke blue. Red all the way? Damn, no way. That's hardcore. Do you think this is all social media or just creation? Or just a creation of short form content? Do you think it's all social media? I think so. Because I think these platforms, like traditional social media, like actual, you put your profile up and upload stuff about yourself, and like you have friends and family interacting with it, apart from just trying to garner a following. Like that type of traditional social media, I think is kind of done this stuff for longer than there's been like short form content. And I think that's most of the examples they're using here, let's be honest. When Queen Pauline gets in, we can afford Winnies again. Yeah, thank you, Pauline.
Refused to stay the trial, and that brings us here today. Today, we are asking the court to hold Meta accountable, to stop its unlawful practices, and to require the company to follow laws that protect kids and consumers and the public health. Just like a generation ago with Big Tobacco, Meta, like other social media platforms, has engaged in behavior to maximize its profits while harming the public health. With this trial, we're sending an important message. Powerful technology companies must follow the law, and if they don't, we will hold them to account. I join the thanks and appreciation of the complicated team.
As is said, today a landmark trial began, and we're one step closer towards shutting the door on an era in which big tech's engineering schemes harm our kids without consequences. Today, as you've heard, my colleagues and I stood on court representing a bipartisan group of state attorneys general, describing to a judge and a jury the tragic effects of how these online platforms work and how they're designed.
Pass the data Bill of Rights. Is that the thing that Biden did right before the end? Like right before he left, he introduced this idea of wasn't there an AI Bill of Rights? And I was really disappointed to find out it wasn't rights for artificial intelligence, but it was rights protecting people against the use of artificial intelligence against them, like mass surveillance and all that sort of stuff. And like AI policing. Is it the same one or is there different ones? Yeah, I guess I was affected when I was a teen, but once older, I wasn't as concerned. But it's easy to fall into the doom scroll. Oh yeah, it is. And like it's for all ages, the doom scroll, isn't it? Maximizing profits while harming public health is the very definition of capitalism. Yeah, but hey, it's profitable. Eh? It's profitable. Some of you may die, but it is a sacrifice I'm willing to make. I don't know about Biden. I think it was proposed before he was in office. Okay, because there was one that I just mean it as a concept. There was one that we read, I'm pretty sure, or me and 4AS anyway did it in a podcast, the AI Bill of Rights, and it was something that Biden dropped just before he left office. And it was surprising. And I got really, excited. I thought they were trying to give artificial intelligence rights, but it was actually human rights against the capacities of artificial intelligence to be integrated into surveillance networks of many kinds, not just the state ones, but the private ones as well. So it was such a nothing burger, but like it from an AI perspective, yes, but it does cover a lot of the stuff we've been dealing with all year. Like it covers all of the flock camera stuff, right? Like how flock is used to watch people and then is like can be fed into AI policing systems and state surveillance systems and can track people. It was supposed to be about protecting people from that. I love a doom scroll. I have different Reddit accounts set up for different feeds depending on what I want to doom. One feed is just animals in hats. This is the social media education we need. Preying on people's weaknesses shouldn't be outlawed. What did Yanis call it? Go on. I would like to know more. Yeah, 4AS. He's everywhere today. If you're watching this on YouTube and you haven't already, activate the like button. Do yourself a favor. Do yourself a favor. Go on. You know you want to.
And as the mother of two daughters, 12 and 14, I felt sick. I felt sick when I read the effects of Meta's Instagram features on still developing children, including pro-anorexia content and algorithms that if you view content about self-harm, lead the platform to deliver even more content about self-harm. And beyond that, discussions among executives about how to make all of this even more readily available to children under 13. I'm disgusted. I'm angry. We all should be angry. As parents and as trusted adults, we decide whether a social media platform is appropriate for our kids. But we can only do that well and appropriately when we have truth.
Tools can be used for good and or for bad. Still waiting for my nuke. I promise I'll use it only for bad. Oh my God.
And facts, not deceptive advertising or lies about safety. A $1 trillion tech company like Meta is risking our kids' mental health and physical safety. Our data and our children's data are being fed into their addictive algorithms to help further increase their profits. And they've lied to us about the safety of their platforms, including how they exploit the vulnerabilities of young children and teens. Nothing is more important than our kids' well-being. And there's no world in which our kids' well-being should be sacrificed or exploited to help reap ever greater profits for big tech. New Jersey has been so proud to co-lead this nearly nationwide effort for more than 5 years. So proud to work alongside our colleagues in California, Colorado, and Kentucky in litigating this case. Our coalition of states understands the need to address the harm companies like Meta are causing.
The Bill of Digital Rights, page 202, guarantees us the right to choose which of our data to sell and to whom. Okay, interesting. Data rights. Imagine that. Having the right to choose what happens with your personal data. Yeah, what's an urge tax? That's the solution here.
Causing our children. And today builds on years of hard work on investigation by dedicated public servants, not only on our team, but across the country. From New Jersey, I want to recognize the entire team and specifically mention Kosh Chan. Is nothing more legal way to protect public safety.
Well, that was a quick one.
Well, thank you. Once again, very proud and pleased to be part of this incredible team bringing this landmark case. We're happy to answer any questions. I do want to say there might be some questions about California news of the day or other things that are off topic. I will make myself available for poll size if there are any of those questions. Let's try to keep these questions you're about to ask on topic about this case and this trial. With that, we're happy to answer your questions. Yeah.
What's your understanding of the practical and financial effects on
No, man, we can't even hear the questions. Fuck it. Let's go to the other ones. Let's hear from the people and see if you guys are so... I'm actually really surprised at chat today. You guys are all like, yeah, tough tits. It's social media. Get over it. I'm quite surprised. Let's see if listening to the victims melts that icy sentiment.
Today, the playing field feels level for the first time, thanks to those who refuse to look away. But justice shouldn't depend on timing or luck. Justice should just be the standard. I'm demanding that lawmakers stop protecting predators in suits and start protecting our children, our future. Riley's story shouldn't have been just another headline. It should have been a turning point. It should have been the end. This banner keeps growing because of corporate predatory design choices. Thank you for being here, and some other survivor parents are going to share their story. Next up, we're so glad to have Dawson. Dawson is one of the youth advocates here with us. Thank you so much, Dawson.
Hello, everyone. My name is Dawson Kelly, DAWSONKELLY, and I'm with Design It For Us. My name is Dawson Kelly. I'm a UC Berkeley student and a member of Design It For Us. We are a coalition of over 600 young people advocating for policy that protects us online and holding big tech accountable. But before any of that, I was a guinea pig. As a child, I was unknowingly subject in a great experiment, one in which the company inside that courthouse reduced my childhood into watch time and sold it to advertisers. One in which people who understood my brain better than I did, knowingly and deliberately, addicted me to apps that pulled me out of the real world and stunted my growth. one in which
Is it like, do you reckon he means that like literally or figuratively? Like stunted his growth?
designers exploited the insecurities and awkwardness that come with growing up in order to create a machine that distracted and divided us. For more than 2 decades, they ran their experiment on an entire generation. They measured us, tested us, and optimized us. To them, we were not children. We were data. But this week, the experiment itself goes on trial. 29 states.
Hey, we're all data, baby. Hey? We are not humans. Emotionally stunted his growth? I guess. Maybe that's what it is.
Inside that courthouse, saying what every kid who lived this already knows, that none of this was an accident. They did this knowing they were harming kids, all by design, in pursuit of another dollar. My parents' generation watched the same 3 television channels. They argued, sure, but they argued about the same world. These companies got my generation and siloed them into a billion private channels. Each one hides.
Like, you know how, like, this is an interesting point what he's saying here. Is like other generations would argue about the same 3 television shows over and over again. But we've been siloed. Not that there isn't culture, a unified culture anymore. Like there's certain cultural phenomenon that across a generation, and they all grow up with and they understand. They're usually historic events though. But like, you know how like people are constantly putting Simpsons references in here, and all the millennials go wild for that. Like I wonder if like someone like the Gen Z or Gen Alpha, like who's under that, I don't know. Can't keep up with all the generations. But like, imagine if they don't have things like the Simpsons that unify them. I wonder if that's what he's talking about. It's interesting.
To hijack our weaknesses. Holding these companies accountable will not bring back the time or the people we have all lost. But this justice brings us closer to a world where addiction is no longer our predetermined destiny. A world where when I wake up and the first thing I think about is my own life, not the question of whether I'm enough, not the version of me they're selling before I even get out of bed. A world where our ability to be present isn't up for grabs the moment we come out of the womb and auctioned off to this multi-trillion-dollar industry. A world where presence is the default of the next generation, the way it was for every generation before mine. A world where my generation is not remembered as the anxious generation, but the generation that is beginning to get its life back. That world becomes a possibility through this trial, through...
See, I'm not guilty of that, I swear. And this is like a meme in its own right. Like I have nephews that have this on a shirt and they probably have never watched The Simpsons before. Right? Probably. They might have watched an episode or 2. I'm stupid. Who can I blame? I have no future. Who can I blame? I'm surprised you get motivated to get out of bed. Yes. Savage.
The tireless efforts of parents and advocates and lawyers, through the increasing number of people across the globe that are building the courage to stand up to these corporations that have taken too much from us. That world gets a little closer today. Thank you so much.
My name is Josh Lowenthal. I'm an Assembly member. I'm the Speaker Pro Tem of the Assembly. I represent Long Beach. Last name spelled Lowenthal. I'm the lead author of AB 2 and AB 1709 that are moving through the California legislature. And I want to thank the parents, the survivors, the young people that are here, standing here together today. It takes some extraordinary courage to relive the unspeakable pain here in the public eye and to turn grief into action. We see you, we hear you, we're inspired by you, and we're taking action. I'm here not just as state legislator today, but as a father of 3 daughters. And like so many of you, I live this every single day. Every day I watch my girls navigate a digital world where platforms are running a massive, uncontrolled experiment on our children's minds, optimizing every scroll, every notification or engagement, not their well-being. And we didn't consent to that experiment. Our kids didn't either. And now we're seeing the results in the form of anxiety, depression, and in the most heartbreaking of cases, empty chairs at our family dinner tables. 80 miles from here in our state capital, we are on the doorstep of passing two of the most consequential laws in the country to change the relations against kids. No, the set they call it. No ocean, purposely up, true hero and
It's just
inspiration.
PR for this guy, isn't it? All right. Let's see who this one is.
Hi, everyone. My name is Juliana Arnold, Julianna, Arnold, Arnold. My daughter, one of my daughters, who's not here with us, is Coco, C-O-C-O, Konar, K-O-N-A-R, forever 17.
She named her daughter Coco. That must be like a nickname, right? Did she just spell it out? They all seem to spell their names. But like she actually named her daughter Coco.
This is Coco, C-O-C-O, Konar, K-O-N-A-R, forever 17. And this is my older daughter, Olivia Konar, Olivia, O-L-I-V-I-A, Konar, K-O-N-A-R. So I want to start out by looking at my fellow survivor parents. And I just want you guys to know that we are building Parents Rise together, and this is what it is. And you embody the spirit and the energy of what we bring with our pain and turning pain into power.
America only. Where are you from? I am not from America. I am from a place called Australia. Where are you from, America? Don't say jiggle too loud or you'll summon John J. Jameson Jussel Jr.
That's where we are today, because every child named and turning pain into power. And that's where we are today, because every child named today, we have Riley, Anna, Elijah, Owl, Emmy, and Coco, and thousands of others. This list doesn't even represent it's the tip of the iceberg for the number of children who have either died or been harmed by social media.
American liberals are insane. It's like their program. Well, you think that this woman's a liberal? Because she's upset about her daughter, who's reportedly taken their own life, thanks to the influence of social media. I love the name Coco. Fair enough. No more judgment here then.
Tell you a little bit about my daughter, Coco. Coco was 12 when she opened Instagram for the first time in 2017, 4 years before the world learned what Meta already knew. Instagram was harming teenage girls. By her teens, she could not look away. Her scrolling became depression, then anxiety she could not escape. In that isolation, an adult man found her on Instagram, groomed her, lured her to meet him, and sold her what she thought was a Percocet for her anxiety. It was fentanyl. She was barely 17. Coco's story was not an accident. We know it was the predictable outcome of a platform Meta knew harmed children, while none of the rest of us had any idea. 5 years ago, Frances Haugen exposed Meta's own research.
Jesus. Yeah, what the hell? Did she just describe a story of someone who was social anxiety or some type of, I don't know, mental health issue, and then looked for medication online, and then some guy told her that he had meds for her and then just sold her fentanyl and she died? Is that the story we just heard there? Any of the people that were being highly critical before want to come out and tell us why this 12-year-old girl is stupid? Why did she give Coco a phone when she was only 12? That's a fair question. Like, why was Coco on Instagram at the age of 12? Yes, it's really easy. I mean, that was nothing to do with Facebook by the sounds of it, but that was LOL. It is.
Research showing it knew Instagram harmed teenage girls. Now Meta's evidence corroborates that what whistleblowers told us. And as Attorney General Bonta put it, Meta knows what it is doing is bad for kids, period. And that's what we're going to find out in this court case. And while they were doing this, families were suffering. And Meta was spending more than $13 million on lobbying Congress this year, deployed 86 lobbyists, and poured another $20 million into its own super PAC. all to fight the laws that were meant to keep kids safe and hold these companies accountable. So Meta thus far seems to be losing in court. So what it's turning its desperation is to Congress to give them another liability shield before the next generation of technology faces the same reckoning. That's why Zuckerberg's push into AI should alarm all of us. He says technology should empower people, not manipulate them. But why didn't that principle apply to our children? We are tired of these PR stunts and greenwashing. These cases are the only thing that's bringing out the truth through the evidence that's being discovered of what was really going on behind the closed doors of this company. And we will expose more of it through this trial. So we know we need accountability in Oakland, and Oakland can give us accountability and hold them accountable. But it is really Congress that must decide whether accountability ends here or finally begins. And thank you to Attorney General Bonta and every AG who brought this case. Thank you for standing with our children and the truth. We were there in Los Angeles and we didn't go away. We were there in New Mexico and we didn't go away. And we will not go away after Oakland. This is one of many, and we are here for the long haul. Our children should have grown up. Instead, we are left to speak for them. Let theirs be the last childhoods sacrificed to silence and inaction. Thank you. I'd like to present Lori Schott, a fellow survivor parent.
Hello. My name is Lori Schott, Lorischott, and I am Annalee's mom. Forgive me. I'm here today because my daughter should still be alive. Annalee was 18 years old. She was a rural Colorado farm girl. She loved her family, her God, her horses, and every four-legged creature she could haul into our farm. But behind my daughter, we knew and loved, she was fighting a battle we could not see, a battle within the world of social media. After we lost Anna, I opened her journals, searching for answers on why a little girl that left a note the day she died that said, "I love my family, don't be sad for me. It's not you, it's me." Inside those journals, I found my daughter's pain. And I want to read one entry so people understand the impacts of the design of these platforms and how they impact little girls like my daughter. Annalee wrote, "Tonight has been one of the worst nights I've had in a while. I was sitting on my bathroom floor telling myself how much I hate myself. Nobody is going to love me unless I look the part. I look at other girls' profiles and it makes me feel worse. Nobody will love somebody as ugly and as broken as me." And we continue to learn about Annalee's social media experience and how devastating it was. We learned that according to Meta whistleblower Sarah Wynne Williams, Meta targeted ads at teenage girls when they showed signs of being in a vulnerable emotional state and when they felt worthless, insecure, or like a failure. Advertisers were allegedly giving access to our children so beauty ads could be delivered at the very moments these girls were at their most vulnerable. Let that sink in. When my daughter was struggling, it became Meta's bottom line. 1 year later.
Anyone got any of the critiques out there? Got anything to say about this? Bit late looking after, delayed parenting works well. Like, she's talking about a tactic that they actually do use. She was vulnerable, they knew it, and so they targeted her based on her vulnerabilities. Like, is that acceptable for all the naysayers out there? Anyone want to respond to that one? Making me feel emotions, E? I don't like it. This is fucked. It is fucked. Like, come on. No, she said he groomed her. That was the other one. This is a different one. The different case. Meaning the person wasn't initially looking for medication. Are you watching delayed, KK? I think we're on to another person now. As a parent, it's her job. She failed her child. That's all you've got to say on this one. Now she is pissed. And what, you don't think people get pissed after things happen to their children? I've heard you get upset about stuff that's happened to your kids. That you believe they've been influenced through an institution. How is this any different? There's an institution that's trying to influence young people. I'm surprised at the lack of empathy that people have. on this situation. I'm not asking for sympathy, just empathy would be nice. Therapy. Yeah, well, it's not helping her. It's complicated. Some kids are great at hiding these feelings, but ultimately education around choices and support at home is paramount. It is complicated. Blaming someone or something else over their downfalls. I fear for my kids growing up in this environment. We restrict them and constantly have to fight the question, yeah, why can't we? All of our friends are on it. Yeah. Yeah, man. I didn't need social media for drugs growing up. I just had mates.
Struggling, it became Meta's bottom line. 1 year later, I continued to fight. In 2019, the year before Anna took her life, Meta's researchers found that 1 in 3 girls felt worse about their bodies. Meta knew this. They knew young people were being harmed. Meta knew children were not safe, and Meta kept running algorithms. Children were kept engaged, and the money kept flowing into Meta's bank account. And now, attorney generals across this country have brought allegations into the courthouse about how Meta knew what it designed and what it told parents and the public. We have already seen why getting evidence in the courtroom matters. I was in Los Angeles, New Mexico, juries heard the evidence. And now here in Oakland, attorney generals are bringing their cases on behalf of the people of this country. I want to recognize my attorney general, Phil Weiser. Attorney General Weiser was the one of the first public officials to see my daughter's algorithmic content that was pushed to her and to read my daughter's journals. He used the power and responsibility of the Colorado Attorney General's office to help bring Meta to this moment of accountability. He used everything he had. The evidence and Meta's internal documents will finally have their day in court. And today, as I stand outside this courthouse as Anna Lee's mom, I have a message for Meta, Mark Zuckerberg, and Adam Mosseri. You built one of the most powerful and richest companies in the world has ever known. You designed and built these platforms that reached into our home, into our children's bedrooms, and into our children's minds. But power does not excuse harm. Profits does not erase the responsibility of big tech. And no company, no matter how wealthy, no matter how influential, no matter how untouchable it feels it is, should get to stand above the truth, the law, and our children. Thank you.
I'm just sad we're not hearing the other half of the convo yet. Like, do you mean like as in the defense? I don't know if we're going to get to hear the defense. Unless Meta has put out a statement on this. I don't think Mark Zuckerberg's going to stand in front of this courthouse and say something. I wouldn't. I'm worried the tech companies aren't fighting this that hard. 20 million in super PAC funding is nothing. Seeing attractive people doesn't make you feel less about yourself unless you have trauma and false beliefs. I guarantee Anna Lee's mother is 100% pro-capitalist and anti-communist. She doesn't get the irony of what she's saying. Yeah, I wonder if she's rethought her position on whether she supports massive corporations, crony capitalism. I wonder. I have no sympathy for those that support the system that allowed this to happen in the first place. It's the path that capitalism leads to. Interesting. It's not a bad point. There's too many dots to connect for these people there, though. Way too many dots. Wait, Meta is probably part of a larger system that does this type of stuff all the time in the name of profit. Maybe there's something else that we have to do if we really want to put an end to this type of behavior. We have to do something about the entire system.
Good morning. My name is Erin Popolo, ERINPOPOLO, and I lost my daughter, Emily Murillo, Emilymurrillo. She died by suicide after relentless cyberbullying and harassment. Emmy didn't want to die. She loved her family. She loved her pets. She loved her frogs, her geckos, and our time at the lake house. She loved her life. What she could not survive was the hopelessness and the helplessness that was created and amplified by the design choices that Meta put in front of her. First of all, I would like to thank my Attorney General, Jennifer Davenport, for taking real steps towards justice, not just for my daughter, but for every family in New Jersey and families around the world who have been devastated by preventable harm. When Emmy died, I knew immediately that this was not just kids being mean. It wasn't a mystery. It was a
I
design.
miss when algorithms just showed you stuff in order of what was posted by who you follow. That's a long time ago, eh? It feels like a lifetime ago. Do you remember when they started putting ads in feeds and everyone got upset about that? That feels like a long time ago. What? There's an ad every like 5 posts now? Outrageous. You wanted some peace and quiet, so you gave your kid a phone. Now someone/something else is responsible for your inadequacies and your child's downfall. I feel sorry for all the parents out there, honestly. Like, it's not easy. And these people are being held to account as to having to be the most perfect parent. We have no idea what this woman's circumstances are. What if she is a single mum and like she works like multiple jobs to make ends meet so she can support her family and she can't be there? And her daughter wanted nothing more than a phone for Christmas or her birthday so she could be with her friends and not be a social outcast. And so she gave her what she wanted because she thought it would make her happy. And everyone's just like, I'm really surprised how cold people are. Everyone's got the same story. You just wanted to distract your child or not spend time with your child, so you gave them a phone. Like, can that story be applied to everyone here? Every one of these parents is to blame because they just wanted to not have a relationship with their child. I can't believe it. Like, we're going to just apply the same blanket story to everyone here. All of these people just wanted to get rid of their children by putting a phone in their face. What is your opinion on the age focus here? Do you feel it's legitimate to limit harm reduction to kids? Or do you think it should be for all? Like, of course it should be for all. But, like, we have a responsibility as a society, I believe. As actually take it away from civilization and society. Like, humans generally in social groups have set up social structures, rules, orders, customs, traditions, laws, practices, whatever you want to call them, in order to shield the younger generations from externalities that will be negative to their health and development. And so, like, this is the obvious place to start. Like, of course, it's not great for everyone, and there are impacts on everyone, but we do expect at a certain point, yes, as an adult, that, like, you're kind of on your own. And so, like, if you're going to engage in doom scrolling, let's say, then, like, you have to kind of make up whether that's okay for you. And if you want to spend the rest of your time doom scrolling as an adult, then fine, do that. And, like, we just have to kind of make those decisions as adults. But if, like, kids are being targeted as part of that process, so they target adults, but they target children, and they target them separately, and they have different ways of manipulating those two demographics, and so they're specifically being targeted, and people are being lied to about it. Like, that is something that these people should be held accountable for if they were being deceptive. So I think it's logical that this is where it starts, like a broader conversation on regulation, on something that is what they're trying to make their case. And I think it's the most important part of this discussion at the moment, is that the case of the attorneys generals is that this is dangerous. It's not just like, oh, these people were kind of misled and like we had no idea. We should have known better. People should have known better, but this is the first time it's happened. So we're all learning together. It's not about that. It's like this stuff, they're making the case here that this stuff is deliberately dangerous. That means they are acting maliciously. And so if these people have acted with malicious intent against a vulnerable demographic, then that is problematic. And why did they do it? What was the intention of being malicious? Like deliberately pushing something that they consider to be dangerous onto children. What was the intention behind that? And the only motive there is for profit? I think that's pretty dark. That's pretty dark stuff. And so, like, yeah, of course, if this stuff is dangerous for everybody, we should consider how we regulate this stuff for general public safety. But first of all, and I think that is reasonable, it starts with a vulnerable demographic, a demographic that relies on society and adults or the community to protect them from some of the more egregious excesses of our culture. And this is an excess. And so, like, yes, parents should be responsible. I get it. But, like, I think we should all be responsible. They do say, and I hold a lot of weight to this statement. Like they say, it takes a community or it takes a village to raise a child. Like kids aren't just raised by their parents; they're raised by society. We have to go to school. We have to interact with other people. There's plenty of adults out there that take responsible roles in kids' upbringings, and the state plays a huge part in that. And so do, whether you like it or not, corporations. If corporations are wanting to sell things to children or to push things onto children, then they must take responsibility for that as well. If you want to push stuff on kids, which is fine, okay, we live in a consumer society, we live in a market society, that's fine. If you want to push stuff on kids, then do it safely. Again, like that's why we're watching this today. We want to know what the case is against Meta. Not just like, is this the more of the hurty feelings stuff? Is this the hurty feelings club again? No, it's not about the hurty feelings. And these people have legitimate concerns to have hurty feelings. But like this is about whether or not this stuff is safe. And so if you're going to market to kids, fine. If you're going to push products on kids, fine. If you're going to trap kids on your, like intent, like they've talked about it and they have demonstrated, or they believe they have evidence to show that they are trying to keep people on their platforms. And if they can prove their case, and their case is that this is dangerous, which is the opposite of safe, and like we generally want to do things with our kids that are safe, generally, there are obviously circumstances outside of that you can't control, but generally we like to have them engage with things safely. Like you can teach your kid to use a chainsaw, but you would probably do that in a safe way. You'd be like, hey, here, wear some shoes. Here's some gloves. I don't know, something to protect your eyes. Put a helmet on. I don't know. Like we would get people to do things in a safe way, especially kids. That's not unusual. It's not a big ask. And so I think society has a stake in that. Not just the parents. Okay, everyone's just like, oh, look at this woman, hey? Hey, you didn't want to spend time with your kids, so you gave her a phone. Is that really the story? Is that really the story? Who the fuck knows what her personal story is? Who knows why she wasn't there watching her 24 hours a day? Like teenagers want their parents to be watching them 24 hours a day. Like seriously, let's be honest here. But like, yeah, that's my 2 cents. You want to know? how I feel about this situation or what I think of this situation is that, like, yes, for as long as we have been humans, we have decided and adjudicated on what is acceptable conduct around youth to ensure that they have the best opportunity to go on and produce more youth. Like, that's generally what mammals do. Generally, we do look after our youth for a time period until which they can fend for themselves. But, like, should it apply to everyone? Yes. Yes, it should apply to everyone. But, like, I'm not going to go out there and then defend the rights, I guess, or the safety of adults, other adults who probably do like just doom scrolling all the time. And if that's what they want to do with the rest of their lives, then fine. Do it. Doom scroll. I hope it makes you happy. Some people would probably love that. And I don't want to rain on that parade. But, like, we're dealing with, oh, fuck it, let's be honest. We're dealing with a corporation here who has reportedly designed this stuff with malicious intent. Knowingly. It's just like Monsanto. It's just like big tobacco or big pharma or big oil. Like, people that know they're damaging the environment or know that somebody poisoned the water hole and they just do it anyway. If you're being malicious, then you should be held accountable. Especially if kids are dying. Why the fuck not? Why is it okay to point to people dying, like kids dying in war, and saying, you know, that's a war crime? But then when corporations seemingly, we'll find out in 7 weeks, seemingly push products that kill kids. Remember, it's dangerous. That's their case. Why is that any less of a crime? I don't know. I guess we'll find out. Chainsaws already have a safety switch. And so should there be a safety switch for Facebook or Instagram? Should a kid just be like, and just be able to press one button and they get no more notifications, no more of this, no more of that. The app shuts down and there's no more interaction. Do they have a kill switch? I don't know. Should they have a kill switch? I don't know. All valid questions. I agree. I just hope it doesn't end with the limiting of malicious intent onto just kids, but after passing legislation or trying companies, it continues into limiting malicious behavioral manipulation on everyone. Well, that would be lovely. But, like, you know, like we said at the start, I don't have any high hopes for this at all. Like, this machinery is way too important for global affairs. But, like, you know, maybe they might regulate it in the States. Maybe these people have some sweet, sweet justice. But, like, who knows? I don't see anything. What about low hopes? I don't have high hopes. Yeah, I guess I have low hopes. I never thought about that before. Yeah, I have low hopes on this one. I set my hopes down low so they can they go right under the bar. Right under the bar of what's an acceptable hope to have. But I don't know, man. Like, I don't want to, honestly, persecute these parents here. Okay, let's just say they are just angry parents. And I ask you the question, like, wouldn't you be justified or unjustified? Let's just go with their unjustified, and it is their fault. They just failed their children. they can still be fucking angry because it didn't happen in a vacuum. It happened as a result of some level of influence. Some level of influence from Meta. Mild expectations, lukewarm optimism at best. The only thing that might come out of this is more digital ID. And we will beg for it to protect us. You would have missed my message, but how can it just be blame on parents? Yeah, I'm so surprised at that. Just fuck it, the parents' fault. Did you say something before? Kids find a way. Not that hard for a 14-year-old to have a after-school job and save money to buy a phone, or what I did and bought one off a friend. They could easily hide it from their parents. Yeah. It's not like I'm sure there are some very negligent parents out there, but like, are all of these people the same? They're just negligent parent number 1, negligent parent number 2. I don't know. It's that easy. No fixed address. How you going? Hope you're well. These young formative years are a practice ground for entering into adulthood. It doesn't help when schools will deny bullying and courts take no responsibility for targeted behavior. Ultimately, it's up to parents, but even our rights are taken away when a teen or a younger thinks parents unfair, and can lead to government taking teen's side, even to leave the family home. I would be angry at myself. I'm sure they are, Bandsaw Bandit. I'm sure they are. You don't think, look at this woman. You don't think she's angry at herself? And she's never sat there night after night, not being able to sleep, thinking about what she could have done better, honestly. Like, how cold do you think these people are? How robotic do you think these people are? To be honest, we already have a form of digital ID. Yeah, it's just not something that we can see. Yeah, that's why, my point earlier is just they just want to formalize it. The digital ID is just to finally nail it down to a real world person, as opposed to having this floating specter of a person that they have at the moment. We already have a digital ID. And it knows way more about you than you probably know about yourself. The common underlying factor is lack of time spent with kids. How do you know? How do you know? You don't. That's not what's being litigated here, whether or not these parents spend time with their kids. It would seem that what's being litigated and discussed here is whether or not what they've been exposed to was dangerous. I'm sure they would do anything to reverse it, but now they want to advocate it not happening to someone else. And I think that's fine. That seems like a typical response. And not everyone would do this. Maybe most people wouldn't have the means to do this anyway. Like, who can take time out of work to do all of this? Who has the resources to do this stuff? Not everyone. Most people will just have to get the rat race, get back to work. We already know people have alternative accounts. What's stopping a kid that has a parent keeping an eye on them from using alternative accounts? How do I know? Look at society. Parents don't spend time with their kids. The state has taken their place.
Line flaw, a system built to maximize engagement, even when that engagement was cruelty, humiliation, and harm. And now we finally have the evidence to prove what parents have been saying for years. These platforms are not neutral. They are engineered environments, and children are paying.
Where's Dilemmas on this one? Where's Han on this one? I want him to come in and say, no, it's not the corporation. It's not the free market's fault. It's corruption. Mark Zuckerberg is corrupt. The free market wouldn't do this. It wouldn't do this to people. Serve them dangerous products. It's corruption.
The price. And with the introduction of AI, Meta has stumped to the level of using pictures of dead children to advertise their product to grieving parents. Yes, they took a picture of my daughter and me sitting crying in front of a memorial on the ground, and they asked me if I wanted to turn it into a comic strip. So the level of inhumanity that they have created is unprecedented. I want to speak directly to the family standing.
Dilemmas' opinions carry more weight around here. I just shared a reel of Estonia Digital ID. There you go. Speak, ask, and you shall receive. Dilemma says enter the chat. Re-enter the chat. Two parents working to make ends meet. How can they? I'd argue the market took their place with 6 hours of scrolling a day. The state takes the place because the system makes the parents work most of the time. It's a fair point. Prosper has solved these issues. This is exactly what is happening. Parental controlled accounts were banned, and now the kids are making accounts either. No safety guidelines.
Beside me, to the attorney generals across the country, and to the teams working behind the scenes who refuse to look away. You got us here. Your courage got us here. Your persistence, I fight for my, and I fight for every fan, Kai, every single day. I fight for her. I fight for my daughter, Kaylee, who is now raising my grandson, Kai, without the aunt that he deserved. And I fight for every family that has been shattered by Meta, those who choose profits over people. I will not stop, not now, not ever, because our children deserved better. And we are going to make sure that every child who is still here will get it. Thank you.
The free market drains our energy for itself, where doom scrolling doesn't take as much energy that other activities may require. It's a bit of downtime, hey, after a long day's work. Like having a drink after work, or a few. My kids tried to use my account to get around it. I was wondering why my algorithm turned to brain rot. Put a stop on that real quick.
Good morning. My name is Shannon Heacock, SHANNONHEACOCK. I am here to honor my son, Elijah, and every child harmed by big tech. But before I tell you my story, would you kindly take out your phones and set an alarm for 20 minutes? On February the 28th, 2025, I was woken up by Elijah's twin sister, Palin, telling me that Eli was hurt. I ran to him. He was laying on my cold laundry room floor, and I had no clue what had happened. I went into panic mode, digging blood out of my son's mouth, begging him to breathe. I watched him lose his battle. I left the room so his twin and his baby brother would never have to see what I saw, but sadly they did. Elijah was rushed to the hospital. My sister had gotten into his phone because he had left a message. The officer beside me was an ex-FBI agent. He told me that my son was a victim of sextortion. Before we could plan Eli's funeral, at 16 years old, I had the FBI sitting at my kitchen table. That's when I learned it took 20 minutes 150 messages, AI deepfakes, and $50. That took my son away from me. I would like to thank the Kentucky AG, Russell Coleman, for his work in Kentucky and what he is doing to make laws stricter and willing to work with us, parents. Check your phones. Some of you still have time on them. Elijah didn't. The predator found Elijah on TikTok, but the FBI confirmed something else, something that keeps me up at night. I don't need anybody else to blame me. I blame myself. That predator followed him on
There you go. That one was for you, Bandsaw Bandit. You want to hear that one again?
anybody else to blame me. I blame myself. That predator followed him onto Instagram and used his following, knew everything about Elijah at school, every single detail. They used this to work through my son's world. The list should have never been accessible for adult strangers. Grieving families have been telling media that for years. I'm new. Elijah and I are just a year and a half into this. A minor's friends list is a map of every child a predator can use to threaten disclose of embarrassing photos. Every family member, every classmate on Instagram. It's also a map predators use to go after kids. And Meta leaves that map wide open for anyone to find. And the most popular social media platforms, Meta, is the worst offender when it comes to this, serving our children's offline lives to predators, and it connects them to online. This wasn't an accident. My son did not take his life. My son was killed. It's a design choice, a company that builds its platforms to maximize a child's engagement, click after click, at the cost of the child's safety. They knew what they were doing.
Like, what's the story here? What's she describing? She's saying that because of the style of accounts that they have, she said it was on TikTok. It started on TikTok. And then this guy followed him onto Instagram. And on Instagram, you can get access to all the people that you can get access to people's information and who they're connected. What did I miss? Turned away, heard my name. She just said that she blames herself for what happened. And I thought you would appreciate that. Yeah, sextortion is crazy. So, like, this guy got access to all of his details about all of his friends and groups, and then is able to know everyone that he knows. And then I actually believe that they push pedos to kids. So, like, why is everyone, like, where is the whole, like, oh, this is the parents' fault kind of thing? Like, if the system allows somebody to easily prey or use the system to get access to people, like, that is an actual problem in the system, especially if they're aware of it. If they're aware of it and they're allowing it to happen anyway, like, that is an obvious safety feature that should be ameliorated, mitigated, or just shut down. From what I've heard, pedos actively receive kids in suggestions prior to bans in Oz. Jesus Christ. So what's happened? I think he met on TikTok, followed to Instagram, found his friends, made deep fakes of kids, and threatened to extort him. Okay. Yeah, he got access to the friends and then made deep fakes to extort. That's fucking mental, man. There's your dilemma's opinion, Jag, you're asking. This is the modern version of want some candy, and we learned stranger danger. But, like, is it stranger danger? It'd be like if the person that said, do you want some candy, was able to transform themselves into one of your friends and then use that to lure you into the back of a van. Like, this is next level stuff, man. This is something beyond, like, do you want to get in the back of my van? Here's some candy. Honestly. Do this or I'll send it to everyone you know and Tell everyone everything I tell you, that you're gay, etc. Yeah, yeah. Plenty of girls I grew up had these experiences of men finding them through suggested. I homeschooled my kids when it was needed. There is no support for sole parents. It's only expensive. It's not only expensive, they want the parent to work when there are no childcare accepting children 6+ years during the day. On top of 2 years of lessons and teaching, parent needs to supply the board of studies in advance on top of resources. It seems governments are not helping parents who want to parent responsibly. No, this is definitely a social media issue. Okay, so this is where we draw the line now. It's not just like what were we saying? Negligent parents anymore. They got kid apps to build trust, then move towards other platforms to fish for more information. I know about this. They threatened to out her to her family, and she decided to end it. It's easy access to a traumatized child for a creep to take advantage of. It's extremely dangerous. Hate poisons the soul. It does. Definitely does. The lure is more sophisticated. Definitely is. I have certain tools in mind for people that hurt children. I've come across videos of anonymous sites of victims. Those sickos will post videos on forums to brag about pushing people to... Dude, that's mental. My hardest parenting years were the teenage years. Oops, ow. Ow. Yeah.
Mark Zuckerberg looked the public in the eye and said their platforms were safe. Well, Mark, look me in the eye because you're a liar. That is why we are all here today. Somewhere inside Meta are the documents that prove they knew their failure to protect minors' privacy was putting kids like Elijah in danger and chose not to fix it. Families like mine deserve to see those documents. Every parent whose child has public profile right now deserves to see them. I couldn't save my son, but I can stand here and demand the truth that I promised when I said goodbye to Elijah that I would never allow any other child to be harmed. No mother should ever have to dig out the blood of her child's mouth, begging him to breathe. Elijah, this is for you. Thank you.
We've had some heavy streams, man, but like this is one. It's got to take the cake. They have documents, unredacted.
Good morning. My name is Victoria Hinks, Victoriahinks, and this is my husband, Paul. And we live in Marin County. And we're here on behalf of our daughter, Alexandra, lovingly known as Owl, in holding Big Tech accountable. He's done great work, and we're grateful that he got us here.
Yeah, dude, this is some heavy shit. I thought that stuff when we listened to about ChatGPT encouraging people to neck themselves, I thought that was pretty crazy. But like that was just from the Attorney General. This is from the family and the loved ones. Really? This takes a cake? Like what else have we seen like that is safe for work stuff that we can actually watch on a stream that is like this? Like I can't actually show, hardcore stuff on a stream. What else have we watched that is worse than this?
I've also worked closely with California's first partner, Jennifer Siebel Newsom, and I want to thank her and Governor Newsom for their hard work in this space. Owl didn't die by accident. She died by design. Meta's own engineers built an algorithm that knew exactly what to show a struggling 16-year-old girl to keep her scrolling and what that content could do to her. They knew and they did it anyway. That's why this trial matters. Big tech must be held accountable like any other company that knowingly harms a child. And lastly, let me tell you about our beloved Owl. She was kind, sensitive, and beautiful, absolutely beautiful on the inside and out. She ran cross country. She loved animals, especially our Westie Elsa. She loved anything pink. She was a proud Swiftie and loved Hamilton. When she was 10, for my 50th birthday, she memorized every lyric to the song Alexander Hamilton and sang it to me. I will remember that forever. It's the best gift anyone has ever given me. She once sent Lin-Manuel Miranda a birthday card, and he wrote her back a handwritten note and autographed picture that she cherished and treasured, one of her most prized possessions. She wanted to be a mom and a preschool teacher, and she should have graduated from Redwood High School in Larkspur back in June, and she should be heading off to her freshman year of college now. Instead, she's buried at the Mount Tamalpais Cemetery in San Rafael. And finally, it is time that we take Mark Zuckerberg's name off our San Francisco General Hospital. This man has made decisions that have led to the deaths of so many children. It is criminal. It's like putting a picture of the Marlboro Man on a lung cancer wing. This has to stop. It is criminal. Again, thank you so much to AG Bonta and everyone for being here, and for all of the other survivor parents who give us so much love and support. And thank you again.
The Marlboro Man on a lung cancer wing. They fair analogy.
My name is Lisa Pearson, Pearson. I'm an attorney, a mother of 3, and a member of Mothers Against Media Addiction.
Worst part of being a parent isn't this stuff. This stuff hurts so much more. Yeah. Yeah, I used to be able to watch stuff like this and not get emotional. It's much more difficult. Like, I can't even watch movies now. It's changed a lot. It is heavier for a targeted child of or parent of. Absolutely heartbreaking.
Mama. Mama is a movement of parents across the country who are fighting back against the epidemic of social media addiction that is destroying our children's adolescence and their childhoods. For years, big tech has created social media platforms intentionally designed to target and addict our children. In the relentless pursuit of profit, these companies have fueled a youth mental health crisis, knowingly putting our kids at risk of social isolation, online exploitation, self-harm, and even suicide. Big tech is the new big tobacco, targeting kids and addicting them early. We now know this to be true. But today we are witness to a historic moment.
No, we've heard enough from lawyers. I just wanted to hear real people talk about it. I think we get the point. Pretty devastating. Yeah, sorry for the jokes, but this is just too depressing. Hey. I'm all for lightening the mood. This is hard. I lost my first partner at 18 to drug addiction. This reminds me of how young we were. All right. Well, there's the case. And like, I really just wanted to establish, hail God. I knew it. Hail God. I really wanted to establish what the actual case was, to be honest. What are they trying to go after Meta on? And it would seem that, considering what we've heard from the attorneys general, is that they are going to make the case that it's not like they've just been reckless or something like that, or they've knowingly made something that is addictive or this or that, like specifically, like there's like a product issue kind of thing. They've actually knowingly made something dangerous. They're going to try and make the case this is a dangerous product, like Roundup or something like that. And they knew that this chemical was going to give people cancer or something like that, and they let it ride, man. We're already in production, and we got to finish this stock. Let's make some profits, baby. Got something to lighten the mood? Anyone? Anyone? But like, yeah, they're gonna go after the fact that this is a dangerous, a deliberately or intentionally dangerous product, and like that'll be the way that they go with this one. I can honestly say if it wasn't for social media in some form, it'd be in statistics. It's really a double-edged sword depending on what you use. Wait, Flagon, which god? Zeus has some lightning bolts. People who are lost, isolated without support, and a profit to be made out of it. What's depressing is that this is nowhere near a new issue. Blind Freddy could see this coming. Didn't need tragedy to highlight it. It's just Hollywood script being rolled out. Like Roblox knew its game was a breeding ground for pedos. After a big news story, they decided to announce a new kids dating feature on Roblox. Yeah. Yeah, that's pretty gross, the whole Roblox thing. I went to school one morning to drop the kids off, and one of the teachers came up to me and was just like, are your kids on Roblox by any chance? And I was like, no. And they're like, oh, okay, don't worry about it. And they just walked off. I was like, whoa, slow down. Slow down. Is something going on that I should know about, kind of thing? Is it like, there's a strange question. She's like, oh yeah, something was circulating amongst all the kids on Roblox. And like, it's become an issue. But your kid's not on there, don't worry about it. And she like kind of just, she didn't want to talk about it anymore. I was like, whoa, holy I wonder what's gone down. What have the kids been up to? I don't think you need to discredit them that way. At least it's raising awareness. It's depressing that we need to keep having the same conversations over and over without actual focus on solutions. They weren't going to warn you so bad. Well, like she was kind of like, oh, phew, like, well, at least they're not on Roblox. Like, I was like, damn. You're not going to tell me about it? Like, now I want to know. My sis makes bank on Roblox. Old men catfishing as kids has been a meme since the dawn of the internet. All right. Let's, there's another topic I wanted to cover before we get into the Theory Thursdays, which is a bit of like geopolitics kind of stuff. I really am interested to search this topic because I don't know if this is talked about with the gravitas that it should get. Like considering what happened in like with the whole Iranian situation and the Strait being shut, and like weeks later people started being like, like a lot of fertilizer comes out of the Strait. That's a problem. That's a problem. And like, obviously it's not going to be too much of a problem for countries that are well set up, but there'll be like large swathes of the world's population who are probably close to starvation and are definitely on struggle street. They're going to be impacted by food production. So anyway, this is a very European-centric take on this one. Revolution a spark away. Here it comes. But like, food is usually the cause of political upheaval throughout history. But will food insecurity spark large-scale conflict is the question that the Germans are asking at the moment. And this is in the context, again, of what's happening in Germany right now. Ukraine food bowl decimated, fires, extreme heat, by European standards, extreme heat. That is like, destroyed crops and all that sort of stuff. So people are asking the question in this piece about global food security. So I wonder what's going on there. Apologies if my comments are far off topic. I don't know. They were pretty relevant, I thought. The ones that I read, anyway. This is a juicy topic. Why change? Well, I didn't really set that content, that I didn't really want to spark that content just for entertainment value. It really actually wasn't about entertainment value. But like, I'm glad you enjoyed it. But yeah, this topic is potentially way more devastating if people around the world are going to be pushed into the brink of starvation. But like, is this fear mongering? I don't know. Let's find out together, shall we? Climate change and conflicts are testing the global food supply chain. In Europe, the fastest heating continent, in June 2026, heat wave alone caused an estimated 9 million tons loss of 9 million tons of grain. Insecure access to food drives up inequality and historically has been behind episodes of upheaval, including wars and revolution. Dun, dun, dun. Let's find out.
Heat waves and wildfires are ravaging Europe. Crops raised, prices rising, inequality widening. How much can we handle? And what happens when the world's fastest warming continent gets even hotter?
Doom.
Tim Benton is a food security expert.
No, the challenge is that almost everything that we can do to make our food system more resilient will cost.
But he argues that politics gets in the way. Budgets are limited. Election cycles are short.
What we're kind of tending to do is to try and put sticking plasters onto everything rather than do the large-scale fundamental changes until they become absolutely necessary. And at some point in the future, it will become absolutely necessary, and we will have to change the way that we farm in Europe and across the world, but we're not yet at that point. We're just sort of hoping it will go away, or hoping 2026 won't be repeated, but it will be repeated, and it will be repeated increasingly frequently as the years go on.
Lovely. Oh, lovely. Follow history enough and you can see the main reason for the crop and farming failures of major societies in the past would translate to modern time. There was a lot of soil contamination, failure of water supply and labor, pests, and these are all logistics we've solved now. Yes, industrial society has given us great wonders to battle these things, 100%. A synthetic food basin is coming under increasing pressure. Regulating upsizing in the US could be a short-term solution.
I don't know how many more heat waves I can handle. Western Europe had the hottest June on record. A severe heat wave sizzled southern parts, spreading east, continuing into July. Drought decimated the continent's prime agricultural zones. Harvests were down by about 9 million tons compared to growers' forecasts before the big heat hit. It's estimated to have cost the continent's grain farmers 2 billion euros in lost revenue.
It's so good. It's the best. It's just like, we've just lost so much food. How will we ever, what will we do about this? But also, they lost about $2 billion. Outrageous. That's the real crime. Somebody's out, or a bunch of farmers are out $2 billion. 2 billion euros, sorry.
The Energy and Climate Intelligence Unit, a think tank. That doesn't include wider costs of the heat wave, like lost vegetable crops and livestock. There is a silver lining, but it's not all that reassuring.
European harvests have not been very good at all right across Europe, but some harvests in other parts of the world have been better than expected. Canada, India, Turkey for wheat, for example. So in a stable world, that food would be kind of shuffled around so that the people who want it and are willing to pay for it get it. But we don't live in a stable world anymore, and so there is a risk on relying on greater imports into Europe. There is a risk that it will become quite pricey, and if it does become quite pricey, we will on average be able to afford it across Europe because we're quite rich, but it will price other importing nations out of the market, and those are particularly in the developing world, who are much more reliant for absolute food security, actually getting hold of any food on the international market working very well. So our food security in Europe, more people will be challenged when it comes to filling their shopping basket. That is kind of almost inevitable over the next year or so.
I asked him which hotspots in Europe concern him most.
Of course, the south,
This is such a bullshit story. Why? Like, exactly why? I thought it was socialism where everyone starves. Dude, I wish I had thought of that. Oh my god. Yes. No, surely not. It's not people having to access the global market system, the capitalist system to get their food. Surely not. No, 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 no. It's socialism. If people are starving, it's because of socialism.
France, which is increasingly Mediterranean these days, and that whole kind of desertification possibility of the Mediterranean moving northwards. But from a kind of global interconnectedness perspective, every country is vulnerable for the reasons that I've been outlining. Because even if you produce a lot of food, you're still reliant on ingredients and packaging and nitrogen coming from other places, and that's all disruptable, whether by climate itself or climate interacting with geopolitical needs and strategies. 2026 has been a wake-up call across Europe. 2027 on a global basis is going to be hotter, 1.76 degrees above baseline, when we're still supposed to be, according to the Paris Agreement, striving for under 1.5 degrees. Quite how the El Nino will work out and what its impacts will be, no one really knows. We've only got historical examples, and this is going to be probably the biggest El Nino in history.
But do we ever learn?
Spin on climate change, bullshit, far from problem. Don't actually address the problem of farming practices. That's a fair point. They're not actually going after farming practices. That's what they should be thinking about, right? Wake up call, sure, mate. The warning signs have been there since ages ago.
From history? Well, Professor Benton says there are enough very recent historical examples that show how environmental crises in any one place in the world can trigger major economic and political discord almost everywhere else.
Well, if you look back at the last 20 odd years of history, the big issues around food price inflation, cost of living crises, and pushing people into food insecurity within Europe particularly come from 2007-8, which was a big drought in Australia, 2010-11, which was an extreme heat wave in Ukraine and Western Russia. It come from COVID, which may or may not have a biological origin caused by biodiversity disruption and land use change.
They're complaining about having to shift from importing from one country to a different one. I don't get the fear-mongering around shuffling where the food is grown. Either way, it's not going to be in Britain or Europe. Yes, they did acknowledge that at the start, that like he said, they can still get it from other places that have had good harvests. But like there is, I think, geopolitical factors involved that are outside of who's having a good harvest. But they seem to, not be really talking about that. Maybe they're going to talk about that later. But they're focusing on the climate stuff. Farming practices are the cause of the issues they're facing objectively. Fact.
And came from the blockade of Odessa and the invasion of Ukraine and from the closure of the Straits of Hormuz. And all of these things are both climate related and geopolitically related. And it's the interaction between the two that becomes most difficult. And at the moment, we've obviously had an unprecedented period of heat across Europe, but we're also moving into the strongest ever El Nino, which tends to act by rewiring global agriculture, plus adding heat into the atmosphere. So next year is forecast now to be 1.76 degrees higher than the pre-industrial baseline, so 1.76 degrees of climate change. That in itself will be disruptive, and let alone what happens with the Iran war, the Ukraine war, and any other points of geopolitical tension around the world. Looking ahead, El Nino, on top of all the rest, is going to continue to drive food prices up and availability down.
Tim says we're caught in a vicious spiral. The way out? We'll talk about solutions soon. First, more about what happens when you couple climate change with divisive geopolitics.
Climate acts as a kind of amplifier on top of the underlying geopolitical international affairs situation. And it's, quite frightening what is happening in the world at the moment from a climate perspective. And you layer that on top of an unstable world with Trumpian trade wars and all of the other things that are going on, shooting wars in Europe, shooting wars in the Middle East, then you have quite a kind of volatility in being able to guarantee our supply when we need it. For me,
Shooting wars. Pichu. Yeah, then why does it matter? He's saying the world is more unstable, so it could affect supply lines. Well, yes, but that'd happen either way with what he's suggesting. So I don't get it, unless he's advocating for home farming industries. Farmers get to complain about 7 out of every 10 years. Always been the cycle. Bad year. It's not my fault. Wars mean death. Death means less people to feed. Problem solved. Fair enough. Interesting commentary, as always.
Whatever's happened that's driven our food price spikes over the last 20 years has normally been something less than 1% of global production, agricultural production. And I can easily imagine situations where the combined global effects of, if you just look at the Northern Hemisphere this year, we've had extreme heat in Europe, but we've had extreme wet in other places, that actually nowhere has good weather and therefore good yields. And what would happen if we lost 5 or 10% of global agricultural production instead of 1% of global agricultural production? As I keep saying, in a calm and stable world, we would just move the food around and make sure that there was enough aid and food aid to reduce the inevitable distributional consequences. But we're not in a calm and stable world. And if there are countries that are really threatened because of a food crisis within their countries, the world we're living in is that they will use economic and shooting wars to potentially get their food supplies and ensure their own food security. And so we could be in a world where, looking ahead, these sorts of conflicts just get worse because strong countries are using their muscles to grab food, leaving the poor countries to scrabble around and get what they can. And so you could be in a situation that worst case scenario was some sort of large scale conflict over a small pot of food, and therefore, quite painful for everybody.
But could it really come to civil war in, say, the United States, a scenario many analysts have been discussing, according to Tim, or another French Revolution here in Europe?
Well, one of the contributory...
I can't believe they're going there. That's crazy. My last season was shit, though. This one will be worse. I still have 1 pumpkin left to consume. I still have 1. Just the last pumpkin. Sam Kinison already solved world hunger. Go on. Sam Kinison, world hunger, better quality.
All right, going to move along at this time now. Here's a guy who's rather unusual. And I love people who are different, When I say rather unusual, you know what I mean when you meet him, okay? We all love him here. Let's have a nice, warm reception for Sam Kinison, okay? Here we are, Sammy. All right, baby, here you are. Baby, I love you.
Well, like I said, I'm just trying to help. I'm trying to just do whatever I can for people. Like the World Hunger thing, the USA for Africa. Isn't that great? You guys hear the song? Nice song, isn't it? Beautiful. I'm like anybody else on the planet. I'm very moved by world hunger. I see the same commercials. Those little kids starving and very depressed. And I watch these things on TV and I see those commercials and I look at it and I go, God, how cruel, To see the little kid out there and I go, fuck, I know the film crew could give this kid a sandwich. know the kid's not out there, filming a letter from home with a Betamax, huh? You know there's a director 5 feet away going, "Don't feed him yet! Get that sandwich out of here! It doesn't work unless he looks hungry!" But I'm not trying to make fun of world hunger. Matter of fact, I think I have the answer, because I spend a lot of time working it out. And if you want to stop world hunger, stop sending them food. Don't send these people another bite, folks. You want to send them something, you want to help, send them U-Hauls. Send them U-Hauls, some luggage, send them a guy out there that goes, "Hey, we've been driving out here every day with your food for like the last, 30, 40 years. And we were driving out here a day across the desert, and it occurred to us there wouldn't be world hunger if you people would live where the food is! You live in a desert! Understand that? You live in a fucking desert! Nothing grows out here! Nothing's gonna grow out here! You see this? Huh?
Are you advocating for mass immigration, Han? Is that what I'm hearing here? Sam Kinison already solved world hunger. I never thought I would see the day when you would advocate for mass immigration. Yeah, that's right. Everyone that lives in an area that is unstable, like they cannot feed themselves, they should all get up en masse and move to where the food is. This is interesting. It's funny too.
This is sand. Yeah. It's sand. You know it's going to be 100 years from now, huh? It's going to be sand! You live in a fucking desert! Get your kids, get your shit. We'll make one trip. We'll take you to where the food is. We have deserts in America. We just don't live in them, asshole! You guys been a great crowd. Thank you very much. It's Sam Kinison. I love you. Thank you. Thank you.
A lot of funny guys all over the place.
They're all over the place. Most farmers live off line of credit, machinery, labor, fert, spray, seed, all reliant on the sale of yield. Margins are not what you think. Farmers don't get handouts when in weather, natural disaster, but lower interest loans if they're eligible. But diversification and value adding has been preached for decades, to be honest. I'm actually a third-gen dairy farmer. We sold family farm in Kerrang back in 2007. Farming practices have changed dramatically, and a lack of community one reason. We used to have equipment, but not all. Same as the farmers around us. We worked together. Credit availability has destroyed farming as well. So much more to say, but limited here. Fair enough. Sounds like there are many a factor. All right. Back to our friend here, the food security expert that people are sus on. Because he keeps on saying, if we were in a calm and stable world, yeah, this isn't the world. So how do you propose we solve the security by just strengthening current markets and not onshoring the industry entirely? I don't get his climate whinging, as if the world is suddenly going to all come together and stop all conflict to solve this. Well, that would be nice. Like, it would be nice. Start rolling back some of the conflicts around the world. It'd be nice.
Of the French Revolution was the food price inflation caused by bad weather at the time, and then pricing people out of being able to afford themselves. And of course, food is a very, very potent reason for driving civil unrest and getting people out on the streets. And so if the proportion of people in any country that really struggle to feed themselves increases, then obviously that's going to be, the potential for a spark. And if you look back in the...
It'd be nice, but unrealistic. Come on. Yeah, fine. It would be nice, though. Like, there's a few conflicts that you could just, wipe off. Get rid of, sorry. That, I think most people would say completely unnecessary. There's one that we've been following quite a lot, I would say. Dealing synthetic fertilizers like cartels hasn't helped either. Go tell Russia to cut it out because crops and see how it goes. Fair enough. Wasn't the conflict I was thinking of exactly, but yes, why not? Why don't you tell them all to cut it out? Why just Russia? Ukraine now a landlocked country. Why can't you tell all the parties to cut it out?
2007, 8, 10, 11 food price spikes. Food price inflation was a major determinant around the world of civil unrest and riots and all the rest of that. So looking ahead, if we don't deal with this, then it's kind of inevitable that inequality will continue to grow and people will get disaffected.
But to the extent that war breaks out?
Yes, I think so. You can see some of the tensions in many countries around the world where the polarization of politics is such that there is a very big proportion of disaffected people. And so you layer on top of that not being able to have access to food in an affordable way, then you do have the kind of the boiling cauldron of, simmering disaffection that can lead to these sorts of things happening.
So how long does
the boiling cauldron of simmering disaffection? That's a good one. FDR had the right idea in America during the Great Depression where people were hungry. He had crops plowed under to artificially keep food prices high, to bail out his buddies. It's funny that you completely ignored the point about you encouraging mass migration. Didn't want to respond to that one. Well, yeah, I just used Russia as the first example I thought of before you mentioned the other obvious one. But I mean, if that worked, wouldn't it be awesome? They just stopped to focus on fixing food first. But like you earlier, I have lukewarm optimism. I have low hopes. Low hopes.
That cauldron have to simmer away before it starts boiling and suddenly boils over.
So if we have a bad year next year and the Iran war is escalating and the Ukraine war is escalating and something else happens, then we could be in for a very sticky year from a food price perspective and availability perspective. And then
did you see that shopping? Did you see that shopping center there? That perspective, that supermarket. That must be a socialist one. Han, can you see this? Can you see this socialist supermarket? I support mass migration in Europe. I want to see Europe burn. So when people think it's a good idea in America, we can point to the real world example. But you encourage it. You want to give people that live in areas where they shouldn't because they can't eat. You want them to get in a U-Haul and move to where the food is. That's called mass migration. Ask Australia if they'd like to be the 51st state. I'll ask them all. It might take me a while, but I'll get on it. Ask Australia if they'd like to be the 51st state. Not really, let's be honest. We have some luxuries in Australia that aren't afforded to Americans, it would seem. So I'm going to have to pike out on that one. But like, we're already a vassal state, so we don't need to be an official state. We'll follow America's orders anyway. Well, there's one country that had plenty of food, but they kicked out all the white farmers. Hold on, Han. What would be the solution to food issues then? Migration, but within their own continent. All right, back to it.
Availability perspective. And then in the decades ahead, it's always difficult because weather is a kind of ultimately a random process driven by a set of rules. We might not have another year like 2026 for 10 years, 20 years, but it will come and we're going to have more bad years. Other places are going to have more bad years as well. And how that all sums up together really depends on whether or not we go back to a more stable cooperative world or whether
it's not. I don't see that happening. Like, the divide is happening. Are we going to go back to the world where America, I don't know, rules the high seas and ensures global trade? I don't think so. I think they made it clear that they're not going to do that, to be honest. It's not going to happen. Oh no, more people willing to do the jobs we're unwilling to do. Yeah. Jet B, how you going? Hope you're well.
What's been happening in the last 5 to 10 years just accelerates away, and the geopolitical tensions and the contestation and the conflict that we are living through get worse.
What about the
That
large-scale
is a
stuff?
funny point, isn't it? If we end nation states conceptually, then we can stop migration. Yeah, migration is only a concern where you have borders. Get rid of the idea of borders, and then you get rid of the idea of migration. Nothing to be concerned about. Hey, what an out-of-the-box way of thinking that is. There's another piece that I wanted to have a look at. It's geopolitical related. It's not really on food prices, but I do want to see this take on the Japan situation. If you weren't aware, recently the yen went down, like the last couple of weeks. The yen just started like nosediving, and America bailed out Japan. And like people didn't talk about it too much, but like again, like just what happened with Argentina recently, and Trump gave like what was it, $20 billion, $40 billion to Argentina, so he could get Milei reelected. The US kind of bailed out Japan in a way, like they saved the yen from going down, because if like the yen kind of goes down and Japan's economy fails and they can't like circulate their debt and continue the cycle that they have between the nations, then that would have negatively impacted the US. And so we got this piece from Jag that I have wanted to watch with you guys. US debt officially hit 40 trillion. Oh, whoa.
The only evidence that America spent its own money holding up Japan's economy is a photograph of a handwritten to-do list. It was sitting in front of the Secretary of the Treasury of the United States, with one line on it legible from across the room: buy Japanese yen, $5 to $10 billion. The photo was taken at 11:33 in the morning on July 31st by a photographer with a long lens sitting across the room. That Friday, for the first time since 1998, the United States walked into the currency market and bought yen, and the receipt was a doodle on a notepad. What makes this interesting is the rate America pays to borrow money for 30 years also just hit the highest level on record since July of 2007, and the country we're helping prop up holds more American government debt than anyone else on Earth. So the question becomes, why are we doing this? What are we actually buying? Here's President Trump on Air Force One explaining it.
Mr. President, why is the U.S. intervening to support the Japan yen at this time?
To support who?
To support the Japanese currency.
Because we have a good relationship with Japan. We're very strong, very, very strong financially. And they have a weakening yen, and they wanted a little bit of help. And we're always there for Japan. Japan's been very good to us, with the exception, of course, of Pearl Harbor.
Friendship, financial strength,
So
and
good.
Pearl Harbor.
He brings it up every time. The Islamic Republic of Japan. Trump extended a line of credit to Milei. Milei paid it back in a few months. The specter of Milei's party losing party in the midterm spooked the world, and the peso was crashing. Milei needed the line of credit to secure the currency. It turned out fine when Milei's party won the midterms. But Milei was the libertarian hero that cut back on all the government services, which was going to save the economy, and then ended up needing a line of credit because the world was scared that the peso was crashing. But he was the libertarian god with the chainsaw that cut all of the government services and was going to save the economy. He was doing so well, and then ended up needing a swap line, needed a bailout. Hey, interesting, Han. Your level of cope is quite impressive, I must admit.
All covered in one conversation. If that isn't the most Trump thing you've heard, then I don't know what is. Tokyo got asked the same question and answered in stiffer language. Japan's finance minister confirmed the action was taken in accordance with the United States Treasury, and that it countered excessive volatility and disorderly movements in the Japanese yen. Translated out of Treasury speak, the yen was falling, Japan was hurting, and America had to step in and play daddy to make the pain stop. Which raises another question. Where does a government get the money to buy a foreign currency?
Your level of not understanding is, I think I understand quite well. Malay, your little libertarian hero in Argentina, failed and needed to be bailed out. You can justify it any way you want, but your little libertarian hero with the chainsaw failed big time and needed assistance. But like, justify it any way you want, man. I don't understand it. They're trying to save the world. Whatever you want to say, man. Whatever helps you sleep at night.
On a Friday afternoon. Japan was hurting, and America had to step in and play daddy to make the pain stop. Which raises another question. Where does a government get the money to buy a foreign currency on a Friday afternoon? The answer is a pot of money at the Treasury, called the Exchange Stabilization Fund. The Secretary of the Treasury can spend it without asking Congress. He just needs the president's signature, and the credit card opens up. It was created with one goal, it's in the name, to stabilize the exchange value of the dollar. But throughout history, that's not what it tends to get used for. The word stabilize wasn't as clearly defined as it should have been, so the Exchange Stabilization Fund tends to get spent on whatever the Secretary decides. Like when the 60th U.S. Secretary of the Treasury, David Kennedy, reportedly drew on the fund to buy an Oriental carpet for $8,000. Or when the 63rd Secretary of the Treasury, William Simon, took a trip to London, Moscow, and Mexico City with 42 people on it. That cost $131,000 and had no official purpose anyone could identify, once again, paid for by the Exchange Stabilization Fund. You can think of it as the Secretary of the Treasury and President's personal piggy bank. The Secretary can spend without asking Congress. He just needs the President's signature and nothing else. The statute also says his decisions are final and, I'm quoting, may not be reviewed by another officer or employee of the government. But the part that matters with the Exchange Stabilization Fund is what was sitting inside it. Because America did not buy those yen with dollars. It sold euros. Roughly $13 billion of that fund is held in euro assets, and that's what went out the door. America sold Europe's currency to buy Japan's, and the European Central Bank only found out after the trades had cleared. Senior European officials told the Financial Times this broke decades of convention and that it had never happened before. The Treasury's answer, when they were asked, was that it doesn't coordinate with anyone on how it allocates that fund, which is true, but is also basically the same as saying you plead the fifth. And there's one more thing in this timeline that's important. On July 23rd, the U.S. Treasury's Foreign Exchange Monitoring List was published. It's the official government watch list to track major U.S. trading partners and ensure they aren't artificially manipulating their currencies. On the list are countries like China, Germany, Korea, and most importantly, Japan. 8 days later, the same building that released this report bought Japan's currency. So America broke a 28-year rule, paid by dumping Europe's currency, only told them after the trade was done, and all for a country it had listed as a currency risk the week before. Why? Well, a while back, I made a video about how one of the main threats to the United States economy was Japan quietly stepping back from the American bond market. That's the reason. To understand why Japan is so important to us, you have to know what Japan would have had to do if America hadn't shown up to save the day. Japan owes more relative to the size of its economy than any major country on Earth. This year, the cost of servicing that debt jumped nearly 11% to 13 trillion yen, out of a total budget of 122.3 trillion yen. And right as Japan's debt bill is spiraling, the yen has also collapsed to 40-year lows. Why the currency is falling isn't complicated. It comes down to basic math. For the last few decades, Japan kept its borrowing cost pinned near zero. Whether this was a good idea or not is up to interpretation, but they've recently started rolling it all back. Japan's benchmark rate now sits around 1%, while America's sits between 3.5% and 3.75%. That gap is the entire story, because capital doesn't catch feelings. It's not your clingy ex-girlfriend. Capital goes wherever it gets paid the most. So investors dump the yen, chase the higher yield in dollars, and drive the currency off a cliff. Which is usually where the armchair economists show up and ask, why doesn't Japan just raise interest rates and close the gap? Problem solved. And it's because they can't. They're trapped by a financial monster of their own creation. To hold borrowing costs at zero for that long, the Bank of Japan had to buy its own government's bonds, trillions of yen of them, year after year, until it owned about half of the entire Japanese...
Basic math? Oh man, I'm out. Yeah, it's like basic math. He did get a little groovy suck for that sweet cash. People were afraid Malay would lose power because they didn't want the socialists coming back. That threat caused Argentine peso to start crashing. Once he won, it recovered. The specter of the commies coming back was the cause of the peso going down. Oh, man. Dude, Han. Are you not surprised you wrote that? It was not... Malay would lose power. Mr. Libertarian Wonderland. The economy was screwed, but it's the socialists coming back that crashed the economy. Wow. Dude, I was joking before when I made the comment about your level of cope, but that is next level, Han. That's how you justify your libertarian god Malay and his failures. That's interesting. That's very interesting. He got a bailout. Because he sucks. And because the commies were going to come back in, the economy crashed. Because of the commies. I can't believe you put that in writing, hon. Oh, wow. That's a good one. Maybe it's a joke and I've missed it, like the Dickfa thing. Maybe. Could be. Oh, Ravi, you're out. See you later. Thanks for hanging. All right, back to this. This ain't basic maths. I'm struggling to follow this, but we're going to get to the point.
Government bond market. It's a country that solved its debt problem by buying its own debt. And those bonds pay almost nothing because paying nothing was the entire point. But the cash commercial banks park at the Bank of Japan get paid whatever the central bank's rate is. So the moment the Bank of Japan raises rates to close the gap and save the yen, it starts paying out trillions of yen in interest, while still collecting almost nothing on the pile it's stuck holding. You don't need to have a degree in central banking to know that's a horrible deal. So Japan can now either defend the yen or it can afford the debt. It can't do both, which has left Japan exactly one way to defend its own currency. Currencies trade in pairs. If you want one to go up, you buy it and sell the other one. And because the US dollar sits on one side of nearly 90% of all currency trades on Earth, buying yen almost always means selling dollars. The good news for Japan, it has the dollars. Japan is the largest foreign holder of American government debt. More than the United Kingdom, more than China, more than anyone else on the planet. The bad news, most of those dollars aren't sitting in a check.
That's crazy. I didn't know it was Japan. I thought China was up there as well. They have trillions of US dollars, I thought. The fact that it started with the Spectre 2 is gold. Mao haunting, not just Pauline, but the whole Argentinian economy.
Checking account. But before I get into that, a quick pause. If you're a longtime viewer of my channel, you know I love data. And that's because without it, you're basically just guessing and calling it analysis. The good news is, disclosure rules and regulators make most of the data you need. Have Web Labs, Web Intelligence, Commerce Lities with /. For free off all Japanese economy as royalties. Thank you to Oxy Labs for sponsoring this video. Now back to how the Japanese economy is royally f***ed. Of Japan's roughly $1.3 trillion in reserves, about $930 billion sit in securities. Most of that is in American government bonds, and a bond is not money. You can't hand a treasury bond to a currency dealer and ask for change. So there's two things Japan can do with its war chest of American bonds. It can sell them, or it can pawn them. Japan's choice was to start selling. Across 1 month, Japan mounted the largest currency defense in its history, 11.7 trillion yen, or nearly $74 billion spent in 4 weeks holding up its own money, and that money came from selling down its American bond holdings. In May, Japan's holdings of American government debt fell by $66.7 billion, the single largest 1-month drop in treasury holdings by any country in recorded history. Japan needed dollars, and Japan sold American paper to get them, and it worked. For about 3 weeks. Then reality set in.
Yeah,
a bond
mid-video, no ground news sponsor, yeah, lame.
Price and the interest rate on it move in opposite directions. Flood the market with American bonds nobody asked for, the price drops, and the government that issued them has to pay more to borrow. So Japan sells American debt. American borrowing costs go up. The gap between the two countries gets wider, and capital still goes wherever it gets paid the most, so it goes to America. Every dollar Tokyo raised to push the yen up made the reason the yen was falling in the first place slightly worse. This is what's known as the FX intervention feedback loop, or the doom loop. It's a machine that eats its own tail. Every force pushing the yen down before the operation was still pushing it down after. The rate gap was still 250 to 275 basis points. The Bank of Japan still owned half of its own bond market. The yen was still near 40-year lows. Japan spent a record amount of money, sold American debt to do it, and told the entire world it meant business. And not only did Japan's way not work, it also was now America's problem. America's long-term borrowing costs are at their highest level since 2007, and America's single largest foreign lender had just demonstrated in public that when its currency gets in trouble, it's willing to become a seller, which is a thing you'd rather your biggest lender not do. So that meant somebody had to build a second way, and somebody did. There's a tool at the Federal Reserve where a foreign government can hand over its American bonds, take dollars in exchange, and buy the bonds back later at a slightly higher repurchase price. It's a pawn shop for governments. The official name for it is the Foreign and International Monetary Authority's repo facility. These are liquidity tools for central banks that run on short-term repurchase agreements. Here's how it works. A foreign central bank, like the Bank of Japan, hands over $100 in U.S. bonds to the Federal Reserve. In return, the Fed gives them $100 in cash. Then the next day, the Bank of Japan buys those bonds back for $101. That $1 difference between the sale price and the repurchase price is the interest earned by the Federal Reserve. The whole reason for the facility is to give foreign countries quick access to dollars, so they aren't forced to dump American debt onto the open market. It gives Japan a way to raise dollars without ever becoming a seller.
It's so convoluted, all of this sort of stuff. It's just a pyramid scheme. We're just like swapping, moving what is the phrase? Shuffling deck chairs on the Titanic. Like they just move money around just a little bit, so we can survive another day. It's all made up. It is such BS. But like at the anchor of it is all, it would seem, that they want to continue the use of the American dollar, the use of the US dollar behind all transactions. It's all to maintain the main currency that delineates world trade to be in US currency. And so like the US government, its policies, the Federal Reserve, all seem to be like, all right, we'll just, like, these people need access to US dollars, just give them in US dollars. And like, we'll figure it out later. Just give them the US dollars now so they have the cash and they can put out this little fire, band-aid this situation just a little bit longer so we can make sure that they don't go elsewhere on the world market. Like just dump US dollars for other people to buy up, then causing a real run. We'll just print more and fix it that way. Sounds like a bubble. I just realized that I have watched this video. Okay, you're across this. The Japanese debt crisis has been known for at least a decade. They are trapped. The only way out is to cut spending. Too bad they are a welfare state and can't do that. At the end of the day, they will be forced to, just like every other welfare state. It worked out well for Argentina, didn't it? Hey?
What you build for a creditor, you cannot afford to lose. Which brings us back to July 31st, the day when the U.S. Department of the Treasury and Japan's Ministry of Finance executed a joint market operation to prop up the rapidly depreciating Japanese yen. Because 48 hours after the operation, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent took to Twitter to say that the FIMA repo facility is an important backstop and that he'd encourage the Fed to expand it in the coming months. But here's the detail that makes the request strange.
Dude, imagine expanding a facility that just helps float other countries. Like allows them to just give out money to help float other countries. They must have some really dire outlooks for what's going to happen to the world economy over the next couple of years. Really, really bad outlook. Like there's going to be a lot of countries that are in America's orbit that just need some bailing out all of a sudden. Just need some injections of some US dollars. Please.
Nobody was using it. The facility has a ceiling of $60 billion per country, and the balance was sitting at zero. Days after he asked, Bloomberg reported it had gone unused for an 8th straight week. So he wasn't asking for more room because he'd run out. Nobody was anywhere near the ceiling. He was asking the central bank, in public, 48 hours after a currency operation to build capacity for something that hadn't happened yet. Then he went on CNBC, where the host laid it out pretty straightforward. Because one thing we definitely don't want is Japan selling treasuries to do this, so you have encouraged the Federal Reserve to upsize. Bessent responded, saying the goal was to protect the U.S. economy and keep any volatility offshore, and that the FEMA facility was done in 2020, and the size of the bond market was much smaller then. So I think it would be reasonable for the Fed to consider upsizing the facility. Which is an answer to a different question. He did the thing every official is trained to do, redirect the question, because he conveniently didn't mention that the facility was sitting unused, or that its ceiling is $60 billion per country, while Japan spent $73 billion defending the yen in 1 month alone. He pointed at the bond market instead. It was smaller in 2020, he said, so it would be reasonable for the Fed to consider upsizing, which is true, but it's also not what was asked. You don't publicly ask the central bank to make an empty facility bigger unless you know something is coming. Now, maybe that's just my read. Maybe I'm connecting dots that aren't connected. Except, I'm not the only one connecting them. Mark Sobel, a guy who looks like he knows his way around an economics textbook, and who also spent about 4 decades inside the U.S. Treasury working on international monetary policy, wrote that, aside from supporting a friend, the Treasury may have been concerned that a weak yen could push American long-term rates higher. So the president says friendship, the Treasury Secretary says stability, and the man who spent nearly 40 years inside the Treasury says there's more to this story. It looks like a story where the country holding more American debt than anyone else on the planet demonstrates, in public, that it will sell that debt to fund its own currency defense, which becomes a supply problem in a market that is at a 19-year high. The funny thing about all this is that none of it's hidden. Everything I've covered is public. A data release, a tweet, a blog post, a photograph. The catch is, you just have to dig deeper, because the
finance law. So basically, Japan, big borrower of American debt, bonds, let's call them. Let's just say bonds. Japan has its own currency issue, starts dumping those bonds, starts dumping American debt, might not buy more American debt. World might catch on, better stabilize yen for the Japanese so they can continue to hold American debt, and everyone else will be more encouraged to keep buying American dollars. Or American debt, actually. Let's call it what it is. So America can continue doing their thing. So the question is, who is next from that list? Yeah, what the hell? Who's about to dump? Like, I've heard speculation that China's doing this already. They know that they're next on the strategic block after Iran and Russia are finished. And so they're actually slowly getting rid of their American bond holdings. But like, I don't know how true that is when like they still rely on America to be such a large part of their consumer market. So, yeah, who's next on the list? But like Scott Bessent seems to have planned for somebody else going under. But the US would not inject them with cash, right? No, I don't think so. Why would they? Like, the only reason they would do that is if they thought that the Chinese economy going down was an existential threat to the American economy. And like, they're pretty tied together, so like, it's potential. The Americans could throw, or they could just throw euros at China. And the Europeans again will be like, wait, what the fuck? You got rid of our currency? Why would you do that? You assholes. I don't understand how that works though. Why is it exactly that the US used euros to prop up Japan and not US dollars? Why would they get rid of their own holdings of another currency, which is potentially help stabilize the economy, to diversify, having different currency holdings, and like get rid of it? That one perplexes me.
Story that gets reported and the story that's actually unfolding underneath are rarely the same one, which is where I come in. I made this channel because I like doing the dirty work.
Yeah, good on you, mate. It's a good video. All right, we're going to have a quick break. If you're watching this and you haven't already, make sure you activate the like button if you're on YouTube. If you're new here, subscribe for more, follow for more on Twitch, etc., 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 etc. You know the score. Here's an introduction. Here is an invitation. God damn it. Here's an invitation to Discord. If you're interested, come join the community. This is where we share our propaganda and such and things. Who knows that dodgy dealings are done behind the curtain? Yeah, who would have thought? I'd put more pressure on the EU. It would put pressure on them, wouldn't it? If people started getting rid of their currency instead. Yeah, devalue the EU or the euro. And here is an invitation to Patreon. Go over and become a free member on Patreon. So I can put you on an email list. That would help a lot. Because notifications aren't always the best, as I'm sure you're aware. So if you can go over and become a free member on Patreon. If you can financially support, I'll love you forever. Promise. All right, we're going to have a quick break. And then we're going to be back with some Theory Thursday. Don't go anywhere. Activate the like button. Tip your waitresses. You know what to do. after the like button, like as if it was I was a Sydney Swans player. What is the reference there? I don't get what happened to the Sydney Swans. Did they like beat someone up or something? Congrats, everyone. Our national debt has officially hit $1 trillion. $1 trillion. That's crazy, isn't it? Thank God for all the austerity that we've had. And all the cuts we've already made to government spending. It really helped the debt crisis. Gold has overtaken US treasuries as the #1 asset reserve. Trump failing in so many ways. Savage. Poor Trumpalicious. Poor Trumpalicious. All right. We are going to pick up from where we were yesterday. In terms of, we were reading an article yesterday. Where is it? We were reading an article about woke, being a wokey. And we're going to continue reading some of that article again today. I think it was incredibly informative, actually. And we can continue our critique of wokeism. Oh, that's right. There was that whole Bernie Sanders thing that happened. I remember being fascinated by that. So yesterday we spoke about the concept of woke, and like the idea that it's a problem for those who are more interested in class warfare type of politics. And it's a problem because it's kind of co-opted discourse largely and avoids tackling, I would say arguably, more serious concerns, which are related to like the actual system itself, like how society is organized, as opposed to individual struggles, personal struggles, cultural struggles, community struggles, etc., which are all like relevant concerns to have, but in the face of a system which produces all of the other types of struggle, or at least exacerbates them if it doesn't produce them, then we should be focusing or prioritizing our efforts on what is the best the best outcome at the end of the day, not just the easier wins or the smaller battles. We should be fighting the larger war. My shadow has always agrees with my God. Damn Ari in reflection. And never me. I always thought it was cool our opposition had shadow positions. Shadow fleet, shadow foreign minister. Are we letting too many shadows into our borders? Bernie lurks in the shadows. BLM, Bernie's shadows. So we didn't get to finish this part, but I'm going to continue reading from it now. But like basically we got up to, I guess it's important to kind of put a clarifier or put a, give a definition of what we're talking about so we can continue with our theory. But like mostly or largely the idea or the concept from you being part of the crowd or the in-group and following. This was fascinating yesterday, wasn't it? It was absolutely fascinating, I must admit. But like the idea of wokeism is this extension of, or this, like, is based on the idea of tribalism, and like you're in and part of the in-group, but your initiation and your membership, your subscription to being part of the group is that you're ideologically pure. You follow the same thinking and the same ideas that the rest of the group has. And like you are not to stray from those ideas. And then the idea of the politics behind this tribalism is that you could eventually convince enough people out there, pressure or coerce enough people to have the same ideas as you. And if everybody just had the same ideas as you, then you would change the world. Or you would change the world in favor of holding the right belief or the right idea on something. So like effectively, if you wanted to get rid of sexism, you would just say sexism is bad, and like this is what we think sexism is, and everybody who agrees with us is converted to the cause, and will live in this, we'll be able to produce this sexist free utopia for us, and anyone who's against us needs to be destroyed effectively. They either convert or they are destroyed, and we will cancel them, and we will attack them, and we will pressure them until they see the world that we do in the way that we do. And that's effectively what wokeism is. It's a form of politics where you change the world by changing ideas or seeding your idea and making it the dominant form of understanding, making it common sense. So it's a cultural revolution as opposed to a political revolution or a social revolution, an economic revolution, in the sense that you could say with something like a class war, and trying to create a world where working people are in control of something, because working people are obviously quite diverse, and they're not going to all share the same opinions on culture. It's impossible for them to be culturally pure and all be of one culture, but like they are of the same class, they're all of the same economic position. And so like, which war do you want to focus on? Do you want to win some cultural revolution and get everyone to think like you? Or do you want to have an economic revolution and make the world work for your class interests, or at least better for your class interests? It's the $1 trillion question. Can't Bernie keep the bastards honest? Having a tax on stock trades is a brilliant policy. Doesn't it become a purity spiral though? Like, the group will always get smaller. Well, potentially, yeah. It's very isolating, very alienating, isn't it? Absolutely alienating. But like, it's also the idea of it. Like, there's a lot of people that kind of just nod and like, oh, okay, this is what we're going with today, and they're just like, yeah, just accept it. They grin and bear it. So a big part of, I think, what we were looking at yesterday was like, will the group just get smaller, or will like more and more people just be pressured into having and holding that idea and be scared of the consequences of fighting against it? So like, basically the point of this piece we were reading yesterday, or like part of what we were reading, was like, you have to have the balls to stand up to it. Actually, you have to have the balls and be like, no, I actually don't want to take this position on this issue. I have a different opinion on it, and I'm allowed to have a different opinion on this. But like, most people are too scared of being, coerced, so like cancelled or attacked or bullied, harassed, whatever. They're too scared of the consequences of that being marginalized, being walked away from. They're too scared of the consequences, and so they just kind of go along with it. And so this article was calling that out for what it is, for bullshit and like being weak, basically. If you're just going to go along with it because it's easy, that's not really where you want to be politically. You don't want to be kind of held at ransom for not holding somebody else's ideas. But like, yeah, I think it's important to kind of demonstrate what the difference is. And like, we've kind of just called it like culture wars here, like, leave the culture war, let's focus on the class war. The class war, the culture war is a distraction from the class war. This author takes a very different, shame is so powerful, isn't it? And that's why they yell it out too. You see these people yell out shame all the time because they want to shame people. They really want to shame people. I think that's by design. And like this person was kind of critical of that notion though. They were like, the culture war is not a distraction that's orchestrated by some type of like right-wing media or right-wing elite or something like that to get at lefties. This person was kind of like, well, the only reason that they can pull and like beat left woke ideology in the first place is because it exists. And so like it's not some conspiracy theory by the right wing. The cultural war is an actual thing. It's a real thing. And so it exists, but it's not a psyop. Culture wars, and like I've said this, as like I think culture wars have always existed. And I think the original culture war is the culture war between like men and women. Like that's the original division of labor between men and women, because fundamentally at the end of the day, women labor on stuff, labor in a way that men cannot. They literally produce the next generation, and so there's a division right there between the sexes. And so like the original culture war, I think, it starts in that sense, in the divide between the genders or the sexes, however you want to call it. And so like culture wars always exist. And so like, are they some type of weapon against the class war specifically? No. Have they been weaponized though to get us concentrating on identity politics and things that are outside economic concerns and like worrying about our class position? 100%. And like I would say that people are more than happy to have us concentrating on the culture wars than concentrating on the class war. And this guy kind of makes it out like it's always going to be there. You have to make a conscious decision to focus on the class war and have the balls to tell people who want to shame you about that, shame you out of thinking like that. You have to have the balls to tell them to fucking stick it up your ass, because this is the priority here. And I think that is the lesson of this article, potentially. I chose to look. I am interested in a perverted way. US is a soap opera. We are much more Fabian. That and the divide between generations and age. That's an interesting one. Yes. Divide between generations. I see that. Yes. Definitely between, age, I would say. I don't know if humans have always been conscious of generations as much as they've been conscious of, age. There is an age distinction. The testicular fortitude. Yeah, that's the one. You got to have the testicular fortitude to just tell them no. Now, you can agree with stuff, though, and agree with it. But, like, if you think it's wrong or it gets in the way, then you got to call it out. Like, if you do agree with it, then fine, whatever. But, like, don't be shamed. Don't be scared of being shamed out of it. And, like, we can't let it be the focus anymore. All right, where were we? Oh, this was an interesting point, as he was saying. Like when the Bernie to Trump thing happened, because the Democrats abandoned Bernie. Like it's not it's not like these people became far right as such. It wasn't that phenomenon. It's not that all these people decided all of a sudden became far right and wanted to be Trump supporters. They were pushed away. They moved away from the left. When Bernie was backstabbed by the Democratic Party, Bernie Sanders was backstabbed, and like people were looking for an answer to Bernie, and it wasn't the Democrats or Hillary Clinton, and so they went to someone like Trump. Outlaw older generation thinking. High school posters will save the day. All right, let's get back into kind of where we took off then. as around this point. So Bernie got swamped at a meeting and like didn't have the balls himself to take on BLM protesters, and we had a look at that. And now that like I said, he's talking about this transition from like Bernie 2016 to Trump, and like what happened. These voters did not become far right. They moved away from the left. The distinction matters because the standard left response to the Bernie to Trump phenomenon is to characterize it as radicalization, framing the departure as a rightward conversion, when the more accurate account is that the left lost these people rather than the right capturing them. A politics that alienates people it already had is a different problem from a politics facing a new ideological adversary. And it requires a different diagnosis. The right did not conjure these voters. The left drove them out. His 2019 Fox News town hall illustrated this directly. Sanders appeared before an audience that had been told for years that he was a dangerous radical, and received sustained applause when he made the case for Medicare for all. The audience was not applauding because they had suddenly become socialists. They were responding to a material argument framed in universal terms about healthcare costs, medical bankruptcy, and the insurance industry's grip on the political system, rather than a boutique moral performance for the already enlightened. It's good. The moment contained within it the entire blueprint for a cross-partisan working-class politics. Frame material demands in terms that speak to shared conditions rather than the symbolic hierarchies of progressive respectability, and the audience is there. Basically, talk about what affects people economically rather than some symbolic hierarchy of progressive respectability, and you've got yourself an audience. The opening was real. What happened next was squandering. The electoral arithmetic of 2016 and 2020 tells this story precisely. In 2016, Sanders lost California to Clinton, a state generally perceived as the most progressive in the country. He lost it to a Southern Democrat with deep regional ties and every structural advantage of name recognition and establishment support. He won Michigan, Wisconsin, West Virginia, Indiana, Oklahoma, and Kansas. When the 2020 campaign set about analyzing the 2016 loss, the diagnosis it arrived at was that Sanders had failed to appeal to minority voters and women sufficiently, that losing California was evidence of a coalition problem. This was almost certainly the wrong lesson. What the 2016 numbers showed was not a coalition failure, but a class strength. His weakness was with the educated, socially liberal, PMC adjacent vote that California concentrated. That was not a deficiency to be corrected by adopting identity politics messaging. It was a sign of what made his politics distinct. What drove the 2020 shift was not only the changed political environment, but the changed composition of the campaign itself. The 2016 operation had been run largely by professional strategists whose primary brief was winning votes. The 2020 operation brought in a substantially different kind of staff, people who were themselves committed leftists rather than professional electoral strategists, many of them radicalized by Trump and what followed. It was this staff that persuaded the campaign in 2016, that persuaded the campaign or the 2016 loss had been a minority outreach failure. A neutral analysis looking at the same data might have reached an opposite conclusion. A staff whose politics was shaped by identity frameworks was structurally unlikely to. I'm not going to analyze Bernie too much. Let's get into more about wokies and the so-called left civil war. Let's see what else he's got here. A theory of the two lefts. The left unity trap. Interesting. If wokeism is so fringe, then why doesn't the left reject it? That's a good interest. That's an interesting one. Might have to jump to that one as well. A correct answer to throwing minorities under the bus. Don't give them an inch. All right. Let us continue. A theory of two lefts. The unlearned lesson of the two Bernie Sanders campaigns is that they expose the reality that there are two lefts within the broader camp that proudly claims the left. A class-first left that prioritizes bread and butter economic issues, and a cultural left that prioritizes radical social change. You got to stop the bus somehow. Ooh, Blaz in the house. How you going? Hope you're well. I think that's interesting because, like, we've talked about this significantly, I think, on this stream over the months now, over the years, that there are two lefts. Or like when people say, "Oh, you lefty," or like, "What are you? What's your politics?" And you're like, "Wow, it's kind of like class-focused stuff here." That's not really the left. Blah 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 blah. The latter is, so you have two lefts. You have the class first left that prioritizes bread and butter economic issues, and a cultural left that prioritizes radical social change. You covering one dime? Nice. Yeah, thanks. Hope you're well for us. Welcome back to the fold. The latter is the faction. So this is the cultural left. The latter is a faction that tends to be the most associated with wokeness, as it prioritizes first world cultural problems. First world cultural problems. That's so good. First world problems, and tends to be driven by the professional managerial class or PMC aspirants. The left describes its own division almost entirely in doctrinal terms. Social democrats, anarchists, Marxists of every hyphenated variety, Maoists and left communists all understand themselves to be separated by a question of theory and strategy, and the sectarian energy devoted to policing those borders is considerable. What these categories conspicuously fail to do is predict anything. On paper, there are dozens of lefts. In practice, there are two. And the line between them runs not through doctrine, but through class formation of people who hold it. The most misleading of the doctrinal axes, and the one that does the most work in hiding the real divide, is the spectrum running from moderate to radical. There are moderate ends and radical ends of both the cultural left and the class-first left. Thinking about the left only in terms of radical against moderate obscures the fact that the cultural radicals on the left, on the far left, often have more in common with the moderate cultural leftists than they do with the radical class-first leftists, let alone moderate ones. What I want to debunk is the idea that people who call themselves communists or socialists are necessarily more committed to class politics. Yes. This is so true. So true. Like when we went to the Socialist Alternative, I think it was, they did a Marxist conference, and me and 4AS went there years ago now. And all these people were like doing all of these talks and presentations about like race politics and like just all culture war issues. And I remember I talked to someone and I was like, aren't we supposed to be focusing on like the class issue though? Like if we fix the class problem, like the class war, and then like you get rid of all of these problems in the context of capitalism, like you get rid of all of the free market pressures that come along with these problems, the capitalistic pressures that come with racism and sexism and I don't know, sexuality problems and like all these identity politics things, they would shift. They would have different pressures on them now because it wouldn't be under the pressure of capitalism or the market. And they were like, oh, that's just reductionism. That's just reducing everything to class, basically. And I was perplexed by that. And there's a lot of socialists out there that will throw this idea, if you're a class first leftist and you want to talk about class war, and not about all of the other culture war stuff, they call you a reductionist. And it's a big insult. It's a shame. Like, shame on you for being a class reductionist. Like, you can just reduce everything, like the actual politics of struggle for socialists and communists, self-described socialists and communists, you could just reduce it to class. And like all like the intersectionality, so all the layers of oppression that someone might have all interlopped over each other, like class is the most important. Why isn't race more important? Why isn't gender more important? Why isn't any other type of oppression that they might be experiencing more important? Maybe that's the psyop. Well, yeah, actually. These guys shits a lot on intersectionality, which I found interesting. Well, it makes sense, right? Hi there, I'm your reductionist chud. Well, hello. It was a big shame. And I was like, I was really perplexed with that. And it took me a long time to understand what was going on and why someone would have a response like that. I even, like, before I started streaming, there was a guy that used to comment on all of my videos, love my content. And then I said some things that, like, we need to focus on the class war. And like everything else needs to be kind of secondary to that. And this guy was like, you're a class reductionist. I knew it. And like he'd followed my content we'd always talked in comment sections, liked all my videos, all that sort of stuff. And from then on, never watched me ever again and called me all these obscenities and then told me to go fuck myself and called me a class reductionist. And like, it's funny because these people call themselves Marxists. And like specifically Marxists, not just socialists generally, but specifically Marxists. And like that's all that Marx wrote about and talked about was class, the class war. And they call themselves Marxist-Leninists too. And like Lenin wasn't talking about sexual liberation or talking about gender equality. He was literally just talking about fighting a class war. But when the Russian Revolution happened, like they were incredibly liberal in terms of sexuality. They legalized homosexuality, and no one had done that at the time. And they supported a proper feminist movement in the sense that they really wanted to get women into work and like involve them in politics. And that was super progressive. But like they didn't platform on that and they didn't fight for that. They fought the class war. And then when they revolutionized Russia and formed their own society with blackjack and hookers, they focused on making decriminalizing homosexuality and allowing women to have rights. And so like that will come, but first you have to kind of focus on the class war. Cheese Swiss? No, I think Cheese Swiss actually left because of me defending dilemmas, actually. Cheese Swiss was really pissed off that like I defended dilemmas because he was like, but why are you letting racist? And this is a perfect example of like focusing not on class war, but identity politics. And he was like, why do you let a racist into your chat? I'm like, well, like, if you don't like what Dilemmas has to say, then argue with him on it. Challenge him on his notions. I do. If I don't like something Dilemmas is saying, then I challenge him on it. We talk about it. We don't just ban him. Yeah, Cheese Swiss left, I think, because of Dilemmas. It was somebody like, before I was even streaming. It's just to further discredit the argument that workers' rights are human rights. It's an interesting point. Social media changed things. Social media engagement gave a false sense of popular identity politics that capitalists used to sell products and the Dems adopted to gain votes. Yeah, there's definitely a large part of corporatization or consumerism in identity politics, right? You follow this idea, you can be like me, like that sort of salesmanship that comes with identity politics. Imagine if I banned dilemmas. Could you imagine? But wait. Somebody has to stick up for Pauline. Come on. But yeah, Cheese Swiss was like, I see, what did he say? So like, I see dilemmas in other streams, and he says racist stuff all the time. You don't know, you don't understand. I'm like, well, okay. But like, R.I.P. dilemmas. What are you gonna do? But yeah, it was somebody else, and like this kind of class reductionism, like this attack that you can't think about. If you try to think about anything but class, then you're a bad person. Is woke. It's woke, and so the idea that you're a socialist or communist means you default are in it for the class war is not true. It's not true at all. And it was very hard. It was a hard lesson realizing that like these organizations that exist and call themselves, these groups that call themselves socialists and communists, that they don't actually care about that. It wasn't indoctrination, was it? No. This is before I even started streaming. This is some guy from England, actually. He had joined some socialist group in England, and he was talking to me about it all the time. I'm like, I can't convince people to vote based on this. Yeah, these articles don't hold back. Sorry, wait, I missed something. I am practically Guy. Theory tends to go to the background for me. I'm like, I can't convince people to vote based on this. No, and that's not the point of like class war stuff. It's not to convince people to vote, because the class war goes beyond voting. It's about understanding your position, like your true position economically, that like you actually exist in a class system. Most people don't believe that. I would say that no one actually believes that at all, really. And then beyond that is then setting up a form of politics that transcends the current system, which supports the fact that we live in a class society and perpetuates that class division. So like, yeah, you're not going to get people to vote on that, and especially not in a country like Australia, not in America even. The Europeans are pretty good. They have socialist and communist parties that are mainstream. But like they're pretty woke too, those organizations, I would say. Yeah, Jag Voltator's got a funny story about indoctrination for you, by the way. He's caught him in other streams talking trash about us. Oh, well, not you. Like this stream, let's say. Well, most people believe they're higher in a class system that they are. Yeah, that's the problem. There really is this notion out there, and like this, I think, is propaganda about this is propaganda about how society works. Everybody thinks they're middle class, and so like most people are like, oh, I'm middle class because I'm not like destitute and poor, and I'm like I'm not on death's door or starving or something like that. And so like there are people at the bottom, and then like there's some insanely rich people like Jeff Bezos or something like that. But like whatever. But like I'm in the broad middle class, and like the reality is like if you use a class analysis, there's a spectrum, but like there's no middle class. It's either you're part of the bourgeoisie, you're part of the class that controls the economy, or you are subject to the economy. That's it. And so like, yes, the perception of the middle class is funny because it serves to distract from real class consciousness, because everybody wants to be in the middle. They want to feel comforted. They're not, okay, fine, I'm not Elon Musk, but like I'm not so poor that I'm pathetic or something like that. I'm just struggling in the middle. I could be better if I wanted to. I just don't want it. Well, One Dime says that the wokey left wants to make politics conscious first. Class leftism is materialist first. Where you moving too fast there. Materialist first, where you meet people where they are and base your politics off that. Interesting. Ha, not surprised. I find it surprising because his streams, he said he respected you a lot, E. So that's a bit two-faced if true. The concept of middle and upper class has corroded the revolution. Yeah. I can't wait to see what comes out of Operation Forrest Gump. Yeah, I caught Indoctrination upset about E, calling him racist, etc., because E was just reading an article and said the N word. He got upset. He got so upset he was talking about how offended and fake E was. I put a vid in video topic suggestion, by the way, about Australia's Labor left versus right history. Oh, really? Where did you put it? Video topic suggestions. Oh, nice. That'd be interesting. Okay, cool. Where was that? Must have been a while ago. No, maybe not. Maybe reaction recommendations. Ah, here it is. Yeah, got it. Thanks. Yeah, 3 or 4 months ago. Maybe longer. That incident happened like 2 years ago. Well, Nathan was upset and was arguing with E at the time because Nathan's partner was black or something. Oh, yeah, he was upset. He was really pissed off. He said the thing. He said that you got to apologize. Apologize. And I told him to get fucked. I'm not apologizing. I feel like E always had a contentious. He and E always. Yeah, we definitely didn't see eye to eye. Definitely not. Did I come back to some hot streamer drama? Yeah, no, it's just we're talking about old history. But like we're discussing in the context of like people, we're trying to understand there's two sections at the left. And like I've always taken the position of like that's not the real left kind of thing. And I think people have like made fun of me for that, like in the chat, and just been like, yeah, it is the left. Just because your class, you're like, you think about class warfare. There is a left out there that doesn't think about class warfare. And they still are the left. They're just not your left. And so like this guy's saying there's a class first left, and there's a what are the two delineations that he has? Class first left and a cultural left is the way he uses the distinction. Shame, E. Ha ha ha. Yeah, well, it upset him. It's offensive. It's offensive. I shouldn't have done it. I shouldn't have read out a script. It was very offensive to him. But like whatever. He'll live. Hot streamer drama in your area. Chat now. Gotta get closer to God. Swings and roundabouts. Spendog, yeah, I had to ban dilemmas. Oh, that's another part of drama. No, it's not a real thing. There was a guy that used to come to streams here called Cheese Swiss. I don't know if you were ever around at that time. And he didn't like dilemmas. And him and dilemmas used to go at it in the chat. And then one day he turned around to me and he was like, why don't you ban dilemmas? He's racist. And I was like, no, I'm not banning him. Go fuck yourself. If you want to talk to him, like, and you don't like what he's thinking, like convince him otherwise. And so he was like, that's it, I'm out of here. And then he started bombing chats on video, comment sections on videos, calling me like a racist and stuff like that. And like calling me stuff and like I'm enabling things and blah, 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 blah. And then he kind of got bored of. No, he would come back into streams and say stuff about me being a Trotskyite. I think it was something that is like offensive if you're in the right clique and you find that sort of stuff offensive, I guess. Dilemmas has dramatically returned. Oh, dude, we've been talking about you. We've been talking about you a lot. Ha, savage. Class reductionist, racist, enabler. Oh yeah, I was arguing with him a bit as well. Ah, so it was, yeah, you were a Trotskyist. Okay. Yeah. Made me go back to timestamp of told stream. Ah. Yeah, well, like, yeah, there's a lot of purity stuff that goes on. Had physio playing catch up because I actually want to hear the whole thing. You only have to go back like 15 minutes, not even. It was about a nemesis of yours, your arch nemesis, Dilemmas. He called me a Trotskyist. I Trotskyist, and I had no idea what that was. Yeah, it was like such a sledge. Like, I don't even know what it is, man. Calm down. It's not as offensive as you think it is. If you can't see it, I timed out Dilemmas for the lols. Poor Dilemmas. That is pretty funny though. We had people advocating for that for so long, and then Ravi comes in, times him out. Was gonna explain. Thanks, Ravi. I endorse for the lols. Poor Dilemmas. At the end of the day, I will defend you, Dilemmas. I've done it before. I'll do it again. I'm sure other people won't like that though. Maybe Indoctrinathan didn't like that either. All right. I'm going to get back to reading this. Enough with the stream law. Where were we? The most misleading and doctrinal axes, and the ones that does the most work in hiding the real divide, is the spectrum running the moderate to the radical. There are moderate ends and radical ends of both the cultural left and the class first left. Thinking about the left only in terms of radical against moderate obscures the fact that cultural radicals on the far left often have more in common with moderate ones. What I want to debunk is the idea that people who call themselves communists or socialists are necessarily more committed to class politics. You would think they would be. Whether they are is revealed by their actions and their priorities. Now, like, this is evident with someone like, Big Josh Lees and Socialist Alternative or Socialist for New South Wales and all that sort of stuff. Like, he spends most of his time advocating for Palestine. His main function is being part of the Palestine Action Group, but he calls himself a socialist. I don't actually know. Like, if you think about Josh Lees and what he does, I don't know if he really ever advocates or like goes into activism for the working class. Like, I don't know if he goes and fights exactly for the struggles of working people. I only ever really see him related in Palestine action activism, or like activism against the Min's government for being draconian or bringing in new police state laws. Like, he goes after the government and he goes after Labor. And he goes after Is Not Rail and Pauline Hanson. But I don't know if he actually engages in working class politics. I'm not sure. Like, maybe you know more about Big Josh Lees and the Socialist Alternative than I do. But like, I don't think he does. I'm not sure if he actually does or not. He actually calls out Angela Davis. Lobs out, bobs out. Ravi comes in and lobs some missiles down on Dilemmas. 10 years ago, I just called it the SJW left. I was very anti-SJW, and that's how I came across far-right figures. Interesting. Who calls out Angela Davis? One Dime. Yeah, I read that part 3. Okay. Oh, we're not talking about Big Josh. Josh took the "We Are All Palestinian" chant too far and thinks he is one now. But like, I'm all for One Dime. Sorry, I thought we were talking about Big. Leave my boy Josh alone. I'm not attacking Josh. Like, I must admit, like, him taking on the New South Wales government, for instance, over draconian legislation that would shut down the right to protest, I think it's actually commendable. Like it really should be. It's good activism work. But like, is he actually a socialist though, or is he just like a political activist? He's probably just a political activist. That's progressive, I guess. Like, is he really focusing? Like, what has he done to make life better for working class Australians or working class people in Sydney or New South Wales? I don't know if that's high on his agenda. Although we're not attacking him for him. Does anyone actually like him? Well, I think he's done some commendable things. But, like, is it class warfare? I don't think so. I don't think a lot of the stuff he does is got anything to do with, like, making life better for the Australian working class. I think it's just, like, general activism. Intersectionality, important but boring. No, class. No war but class war. Is it a Trotskyist? Is this a Trotskyist? Oh, man. A lot of times commies are the only ones that really ally with indigenous folks. But if the vanguard is successful, how much space is there for indigenous thought in the restructure of society? I don't know, but like I can only counter that question by, attacking the question itself. How much time is there really for indigenous space in society currently? And if like the answer is capitalism or the current mode of doing things doesn't have a lot of space for indigenous thought, then why would you stick with the current system? It is actually the current system that has caused the eradication of indigenous culture and humans extensively across planet Earth. And so you'd probably want to bank on restructuring society because you'd have a better chance with a new system than perpetuating the existing one. For commies in Oz, they need to understand which countries support the Australian economy, then go and witness, immerse and understand class and politics from their perspective. I've literally never seen him before this stream. Who's this? Mins? Josh who? Commendable, annoying, yes, but agree to disagree. Come at me, bro, cheese. Do you even remember this? Dilemmas? You probably, I don't know, it's probably nothing. But like, yeah. He followed us around for a while and abused us. Dilemmas is cheese to you as Saint Chi is to me. You love Saint Chi. Don't deny it. Don't deny it. I don't think cheese was, I can't believe I'm saying this, but I don't think cheese was as endearing as Saint Chi. Saint Chi tries. I don't think cheese cared at all. He didn't care. They ran away, but like cheese never came back. Not in the same way that Saint Chi did. Saint Chi came back. All right. They may say they are one thing and in practice get heated, even narcissistic, about small differences and small disagreements over culture. And they will seem radical by rejecting forms and dismissing them as insignificant. When for the working class, those reforms are often very significant. All of these differences get obfuscated because the real conflict is between the people who prioritize cultural revolution and cultural radicalism and the people who prioritize economic transformation, material transformation. In other words, against consciousness transformation. The class first left is the one that serves people where they are. None of this fits everyone neatly, and I acknowledge as much. There are exceptions to the rule, and people do not always fall into these boxes. You can find cultural radicals who are in fact working class. Someone who is trans or LGBT that may have a particular concern with those cultural issues in a way that most people in their cohort do not. But most of the time, the people who put cultural radicalism before anything else are PMC people, because they can afford to be perpetual losers. Dude, this is savage. Leading with cultural radicalism ahead of class and never moderating their position strategically. If they had a serious concern with actually winning rather than just complaining, they would be doing something different in order to prevent the current trajectory. Dude, this is savage, bro. If they were serious, if their serious concern was actually winning rather than just complaining, they would be doing something different in order to prevent the current trajectory. They can afford to advocate radical positions with no actual possibility of succeeding because they sit in a more comfortable position. If anything, they use that radicalism to establish a brand. They also love the identity material because it gives them a competitive edge in a highly competitive symbolic capitalist job market, especially in academia, which is a good part of what representation is about. And it doubles as a shield from criticism. They also love the identity material because it gives them a competitive edge in a highly competitive symbolic capitalist job market. Oh, that's true. That's true. It's definitely a social credit system for these people. Remember, we were listening to that SBS thing where they were debating on DEI, and that guy was just like, he was trying to get like producers or something like that for his film, and they like got into a Teams meeting with him, and the people from the film industry, they took one look at him and they're like, "Oh, you're white," and then they just cancelled the meeting. I swear there's a lot of people that use the identity politics as a way in like academia or the arts or whatever, or in their circles, just to get access to job markets or like to get opportunities and stuff. 100%. It's not that cultural issues cannot matter to the working class. It is their prioritization among the PMC has far more to do with careerism and the incentives running through the symbolic capitalistic industries, art, media, entertainment, and academia, than with the fact that they are first world problems, all of which I've described at length across this series. Damn. I know a commune in Sydney, and it's so screamishly academic left and severely melanin deprived, despite academic leftists come out of the underground. Sorry, what? Deprived. Despite academic leftists come out of underground ethnic academic circles. Like the stream if you're watching. I see you lurkers. Yeah, if you haven't already, activate the like button, please. If you're wondering what we're doing, we are analyzing woke. And so they give the difference between, according to this article that we're reading, there's a delineation on the left. There is the class first left, so people that are concerned about, economic warfare and class warfare. And then there are those that are the cultural left, as this person is describing, who are more interested in cultural radicalization, convincing people that this is okay and this is not. It's a cultural agenda, as opposed to any concern really for the economics and like the working class as such. More about changing people's minds on positions and being progressive. I mean, he's not wrong. My brand is that I work in Indigenous representation in the games industry. I'm white/male passing, so I exploit that as a brand and I hook up developers to actual people on the ground. Underground leftism, sorry. Severely melanin deprived despite leftist, underground leftism. So much comes from the Black, Latin, trans community and has a massive influence. A society and culture that embraces breakdancing PhDs is one that I want to be a part of. You and me both, brother. You and me both. Bring on the breakdancing PhD. The sociological groundwork for this is not new. What a symbolic capitalist is, and how that stratum came to hold the cultural authority it now holds, is the argument of parts 1 and 2, which this section presupposes rather than restates. Part 1 also drew the distinction that does the most work for the present point between the liberal variety of wokeism and the left variety. Neither camp is uniformly woke. The liberal variety of wokeism and the left variety. A great many mainstream progressives are not, and a great many socialists and communists are not. There are, of course, many left-wingers who do not fall neatly into either camp, and a good number who want to have their cake and eat it too, claiming class and cultural radicalism at once. Even so, there is a relatively easy way to tell a woke cultural leftist from a class-first leftist. Class-first leftists concentrate on what people have in common, universalist principles, and the issues that help the greatest number of people. Cultural leftists concentrate on what sets people apart. On the minoritarian questions of race and gender that matter most to them as individuals. The class first leftist meets people where they are. The cultural leftist tends to regard himself as a member of an enlightened priestly class whose role is to enlighten the backwards masses. So good. That's me. Happy birthday to me if you reside in Midwest America. Was it? Wait, I thought your birthday was Far Right Friday next week. No, this week, Far Right Friday. Is that right? Or have we already missed it? Apologies if we've missed it. I know someone who has a breakdancing PhD in real life. You actually do? Like, do you actually know Ray Gun? Couldn't you get her for an interview? We've got some scores to settle. It's tomorrow. Okay. Focus on what unites, not what divides. But like, it's easy to say that, Spandonk, and I agree with you. But like, it has to be practiced by everyone then. Not just the wokies. It has to be practiced by everyone. Not Ray Gun, man. He will be simping for hours. Not simping, bro. I just want to get to the bottom of it. I just want to know. They're legit one of the best people I've ever met. Have unparalleled access to industry as a consultant. I shared this with a colleague who I have had many debates about wokeism. I'm curious to see what she says about it. Maybe they won't like it. Far Right Friday birthday. Mystery, they say never meet your hero. Like, come on, hero is a bit much. Like, come on. Like, I was just trying to defend someone. I was trying to defend a woman whose society has turned against. All right, okay. Thought we were supposed to move against that. Be gone from that. Everyone just dogpiling on a woman. But whatever. She's now a hero of mine, apparently. Worried E may leave his family for a ray gun. Oh, man. I asked permission to share something potentially controversial before I sent it. LOL. I wonder, like, so people would take offense to this, man. People take massive offense to this. I'm assuming if this person is like pro woke or whatever, or like doesn't have a problem with it, or thinks it shouldn't be under attack. Remember we watched that Alice Chappelle video when we first really started talking about work, like ages ago. It must have been like last year or something like that. And we're like, we got to critique this shit. This is a problem. And she was like, "Oh, we got to, stop this stuff, not go after woke. It's a bad idea. It's just what the right wing wants. They want us fighting over woke." It was last year. Yeah. I watched the whole routine again. Never gets old. The chin grab. Yeah, I watched it too recently as well. I was like, am I wrong? Or is it the chat? No, surely it's the chat. It's the chat. It was last year. We're critiquing it tonight, E. 4AS loves Alice. 7 p.m. Oh, yeah. Everyone who's watching this right now, me and 4AS are doing a live stream tonight on our podcast channel. Where did you put the link in live stream updates? I'm pretty sure you did. Yeah, here it is. If you haven't already and you're free in about 4 hours time, we're gonna go 7 p.m. AEST. Come and join our live stream. Me and 4AS going live on our podcast channel. Gonna be talking about wokeism tonight, apparently. I'll ping people at the time. But yeah, come along to the live stream, party people. Wokeism turns out to be anti-political in practice because it's primarily white, Zionist liberal in implementation. AI will streamline homogeneity for all. Count me in. All right. The routine feels like a play-by-play of cat stands. Yes. All right. Back to it. I love this, how he says this. The cultural leftist tends to regard himself as a member of an enlightened priestly class whose role is to enlighten the backwards masses. An enlightened priestly class. Enlightening the backwards masses. The difference in emphasis follows directly from symbolic capitalist, university-educated socialization. Cultural capital and a demonstrated commitment to cultural radicalism function as a badge of distinction, a way of separating oneself from other people, rather than as a contribution to a political project capable of reaching them. It shows in how these people act and how reliably self-defeating their strategies are. Leftism becomes a personal brand and an in-group rather than something that might actually succeed. Oh, man, this is savage, isn't it? So on point. Leftism becomes a personal brand. Actually, I'm a socialist. Leftism becomes a personal brand and an in-group rather than something that might actually succeed. Actually, I'm socialist. Like, will argue? Like, what have you done for working people recently? Come on, tell me about it. This is why, as I argued in part 1, wokeism turns out to be anti-political in practice. It opts for change through consciousness because it will not accept the common majority as what it is. What it wants is for the majority to bend to the minority, to adopt minoritarian views and lifestyles rather than simply tolerate their coexistence. I want to get his take on your views. Who, this guy, one time? Yeah, you'll have to ask him. Reach out to him. We'll see. This is why I resist the habit of treating wokeism as a liberal problem that the real left does not have. Yeah, it's a fair point. There are plenty of socialist communists out there that talk in this language. The claim comes in two forms. Both evasive, either wokeism belongs to liberals and has been misattributed to socialists, or the woke are not the true left at all and can therefore be disowned without further examination. Each move defends the label instead of inspecting the behavior, and the behavior is the only thing that can settle the question. What someone calls themselves is not evidence. How radical they say they are is not evidence. What they do and what they prioritize are. I set that test out in length in Anti-Social Socialists. And the short version is that the serious politics judges itself by measurable movement towards concrete goal, while the performative one judges itself by how radical it looks to other radicals. What a left tendency treats as grounds for excommunication tells you what is actually for. And that's pretty much it. We were talking about that situation with someone like indoctrination and Cheese Swiss. They're just telling people, you can't say that. You have to ban this person. All right, fine. That's how you see the world, is just excluding everyone that you don't like. Doesn't sound very leftist to me, but whatever. I'm oppressed by safe spaces. The obsession of white identity and the fantasy of Anglo-utopia, the magic... Sorry, there is a right version of woke. Yeah, the obsession of white identity and the fantasy of Anglo-utopia of the magical past. Yeah, there is definitely conservative and right-wing versions of this stuff. There's definitely purity everywhere. And you got to be with us or you're against us. I prefer Minotaurism, where we put all badly behaved pollies in a labyrinth chased by a bull-headed dude, or preferably an androgynous goblin king. Ban these nuts. I live more progressively than them. They have no moral high ground when in the presence of a superior vegan blood. Dude, so good. I am the true pure blood. Man, Minotaurianism, aka crying. Alright. A clarification is necessary here. Because the argument is easily mistaken for one I am not making, nothing in this account holds that coming from the professional managerial class disqualifies a person from class politics, or that class origin settles political priority. Plenty of symbolic capitalists are class first. And the clearest illustration sits in the campaign already discussed. The 2016 Sanders operation was run largely by professional strategists and media people, which is to say by symbolic capitalists. And it produced the most substantially class-first campaign in modern American politics. That changed in 2020. What changed in 2020 was not the class composition of the staff. It was that the staff understood itself to be there. It was what the staff understood itself to be there to do. Socialization shapes political inclination. It does not determine it. Socialization shapes political inclination. It does not determine it. The symbolic capitalist appears in this argument to explain why cultural priorities are so common in one particular stratum, not as a standpoint epistemology in which an occupation issues a politics automatically. There is one more reason for insisting on this particular line rather than one now being offered by liberals. As the woke tendency has weakened, the critique of it has been picked up by centrist Democrats and their counterparts abroad, who are drawing the division where it suits them between sensible moderates on one side and a far left treated as a single undifferentiated block of extremists on the other. That framing does not correct wokeism. It offers an occasion to bury socialism alongside it and to file anti-Zionism under the same heading of embarrassing radicalism. I have no interest in that project, and the distinction I am drawing is not a route into it. Much of the documentary work that has made the woke record impossible to deny has come from writers in that camp, and Jamie Paul, whose Memory Hole archive series on Substack is a very useful empirical record documenting what went down during the peak woke era, is someone whose position on class I do not share. Crediting the record is not the same as adopting the frame. The division explains the last decade is not moderate against radical. It's cultural against class first. It's interesting. It's kind of what we've talked about a lot, isn't it? It's culture war versus class war. You have to decide. Yeah, the final line of that paragraph. It's not moderate against radical. Because then, yeah, you can lump in when you want to wokies with anyone who's considered to be far left or far whatever or extreme when you don't like it, when it's not politically convenient for you anymore. Or this position is too radical now. Everyone was saying defund the police 5 years ago, but that's too radical. That's all with the radical left, the far left. Not with us, thanks. The left unity trap. One of the major things that prevents class first lefters from reckoning with the contradictions between these two lefts is what might be called the left unity trap, the injunction enforced through social and organizational pressure to maintain solidarity with everyone who identifies as left-wing, regardless of their organizational behavior or the compatibility of their politics with any viable working class program. The result is a left that cannot discipline itself, cannot establish its own organizational authority, and cannot distinguish between the serious working class politics it claims to advocate and the status competition that actually drives a significant portion of its activist base. Why are we drawing a distinction between culture versus class where there's millions of nuances about how they intersect? But like there is. There's actually infinite nuances about how they interconnect. Not millions, not a million, not billions, infinite. As many as there are people who have individuality and self-expression, there are an infinite array of class and cultural overlap. That's not the point. The point here is to prioritize. That is the point. This is not to be dismissive of the intersection of class with any other form of problem that someone might face or marginalization that someone might face. But like you can't do it all. You can't have, how many people are there on planet Earth now? 8 billion people. You can't have 8 billion answers or strategies to overcome the forms of the problems that are plaguing society. You have to have a point at which people coalesce around and actually set aside their differences, as opposed to being continually sliced along the lines of their intersection, their multiple and varying differences. The point of this is to find a shared thread that holds them all together. And that's what class has always been. And you look at the people that first talked of the idea of intersectionality, like the point of why they brought up the idea of intersectionality was that at the base of the intersection is class, but we need to recognize other forms of oppression as well. And they were like black feminists or something that came up with the idea, but they used class as a base. They used class as a base. They used it. So like they didn't reject the idea of class or say that, or they didn't even try to pretend to promote the idea that class is just another factor and all these other things are just as important. It was built upon the foundation of class. And so like they acknowledged how important class politics was. But that's not the point here. And it's important to make sure we understand what the point of this is, actually. Is that like we need to prioritize. That's important. It's not to diminish anything else, but if you don't prioritize, if you don't strategize, then like what's the point? You're just complaining. You're not doing anything. You're not doing politics. I think also some who are in the culture war don't even believe there is one. Because focusing on intersectionality between them instead of just class war, epic division. There is no culture war in Ba Sing, Sydney. That's hilarious. There is no culture war in Ba Sing Se. When class warfare is the larger issue affecting more people, seems like. It's the thread that connects most people together, yeah. So let's just stop slicing people into little groups. The problem that even I faced in another stream the other day is when you try and focus on class, these woke leftists think that we are minimizing the issues of the minority classes when we try to focus on class. Yes. Yeah. And like, that's the wrong focus. Classes need to be put in the class. 8 billion people with strats is better than 0.1% deciding on that. LOL. Not a dichotomy in the slightest. Oh, the Kabehi River Collective. Is that their name? They came up with intersectionality. You know who? It was Ash Shakur from the Minority Rule. Ash Shakara, I think her name is. The British chick. She writes about it in her Minority Rule book. That's a really good basis for this guy's work as well, I'm sure. Well, if you leave the culture part out of the politics, like you said before, then there is no dichotomy. The dichotomy is when you bring it into politics, the domain of democratic class war. How dare you fight equality by making everyone equal? One time argues that the wokies actually end up hurting the groups they claim to represent more than helping. That's not a culture war. This is a culture war. No, in my opinion, when you focus on hyper intersectionality, you get better ideas than guessing the majoritarian opinion. Equality is overrated. All right. The left unity. One basis for so-called left unity that masks the conflict between two lefts is the notion of shared enemies. Two people who both despise Trump will assume they occupy the same side when the only thing established is that they dislike the same man, but they don't always hate him for the same reasons. I was always part of the class first left who thought that Trump was a massive con man who wasn't doing anything to help ordinary people. What I detest most about the Trump presidency is his wars, incompetence, corporate handouts, the anti-labor policies of the Republican Party, and more broadly, the fact that he cut Medicare and Medicaid. The left-wing media tends to critique Trump most of all for things that ordinary people care the least about. He's cutting DEI, non-politically correct antics, his reactionary rhetoric, and most of all his immigration policy, which is carelessly handled, yet still closer to the median voter's position and to Obama and Clinton's policies than many cultural leftists like to admit. Savage, what a takedown. Identifying with multiple intersections informs opinion output. It is not tribalism to divide. It is tribalistic to ignore the divide and not ally on differences. It's not about that. It's not about that at all. Like, I did respond to that. It's about finding a common thread and prioritizing. It's got nothing to do with ignoring the divide. It is about finding commonality. The left is supposed to be about solidarity. And solidarity is not just allying. It's actually about finding something that you can coalesce around together. So like we got to be less precious about this. We can't be like, oh no, we got to focus on the divisions because that's what gives us strength. It does within a certain context. But when it comes to politics in capitalism, in a capitalistic environment, the power that we have is in solidarity as a working group of people. It's not ideological. Our power is not ideological or cultural. Our power is through our labor. And so like we have to fight with what we got primarily. It's simply strategic. It's not personal. Hard truth most old leftists don't want to admit. I wonder what this is. Another reason why the left class first fails to combat the influence of the woke cultural leftists is that a lot of them are generally stuck in a 20th century romantic image of what the left is. The legacy of the labor movement, the civil rights movement, the socialist movement, with its moderate and radical communist wings. When that is not what the modern left is anymore. These types of class-first leftists who identify more with the old left, or even the old new left, often become part of the left for reasons that are completely different from the motives that drive woke people to embrace leftism. As a result, they remain indifferent to the culture war that woke people fight with conservatives. Furthermore, because they think they are both part of the thing called the left, they often take the side of the woke leftists over conservative by disposition, regardless of whether they thought about the issue at all. They place more blame on the reactionary for reacting to the excesses of cultural radicalism, rather than the woke left, for pushing it in the first place. But if they dare to challenge the woke leftists for burning the left to the ground with their culturally extreme first world priorities, then they will face the same wrath that all of the figures who have been publicly cancelled by the left face. Much of this all looks ridiculous to ordinary people outside the progressive bubble, yet the voices of the left are still scared to meet people where they are and against the woke minority. This is because the voices are career leftists whose careers are built on a certain brand and are especially prone to the threat of cancellation, which causes them to never challenge a wide range of thought taboos that to prevent them from thinking about cultural matters, which I discuss in my essay on the incentives that drive left liberal conformism. The closest political systems that described hyper-reciprocity that worked, in my opinion, were pre-colonial systems that can scale really well. There's just not voices advocating for that because of end of history. Inherently, core argument of embracing the divide is good one, but within the context of life, surely, how would you make that work in politics specifically? Everything these days is gay and fake. Wokies gay, Republicans gay, news stories fake, politicians gay and fake. And then there's the communists, the commies, the luxury space communists. How would representation work? Would voting be a thing? All right, back to it. Embrace the rainbow dilemmas, yeah. If you are a classical social democrat, a Marxist, a communist, a modern democratic socialist, or a lefty of any sort who prioritizes class and economic goals, then you should come to terms with the fact this is not what the actual existing left is. Even if that's what you want it to be, you can define the left however narrowly you want. You can pick and choose which people you think are real leftists and which people are just liberals. But for your average median voter, these distinctions mean nothing. The reality is that the average person associates the left with a mixture of cultural radicalism, economic populism, and the various tendencies often associated with wokeism, regardless of whether they support it or not. And the important thing is that this image of the left is not a product of mere propaganda, but one of reality, of what the existing left has become. That is not what the left has to be, as the class first left does in fact exist, but it has been subordinated to the broader PMC cultural left. Well, that's true. There's no doubt about that. I don't think anyone really understands class consciousness anymore. It's probably the lowest it's ever been. One Nation, super gay, actually the gayest party. Whenever the Epi files dropped. My God. Depends. Different societies don't have direct translations. It's hubris to think that MLM thought is the most relevant to the future. Yeah, I can agree with that. Who would think that MLM thought is relevant at all, apart from in China in like the 1940s? At the end of the day, both are subordinated to liberal progressives, like the Democratic Party, who can perpetually get away with neglecting the working class while paying lip service to activist rhetoric during primaries. Now that, like, we've got to end this soon, but like there is. Okay, if wokeism is so fringe, then why doesn't the left reject it? I think that's a really good question, to be honest. If it's just a fringe thing, then like let go of it. Oh, this one was good as well. The correct answer to throwing minorities under the bus. I want to know about this. I'm sorry. So like when you talk about like class politics and stuff like that, and you want to focus on class politics, then people say things like, you're just throwing minorities under the bus. Or like not focusing on intersectionality is not the right thing to do, man. I wonder how this guy reconciles that. Pseudo-radicalism is fun until they realize militancy is a big part of it. And people are willing for others to put lives on the line, but not themselves. Yes. Okay, the standard objection to class-first leftism and any of the things I'm proposing is that it throws minorities under the bus. It means you are going to deprioritize first world PMC concerns in favor of kitchen table issues that affect the actual working majority. The honest answer is yes. And that answer always requires no apology. The kitchen table issues, healthcare, wages, housing, working conditions, are the issues that most materially affect minority working class people who constitute the overwhelming majority of minority populations the woke left claims to champion. Dude, this is savage stuff. A program that delivers universal healthcare benefits a working class black family in Detroit enormously more than any DEI initiative. Savage. A policy that substantially reduces housing costs in American cities benefits minority renters more than any land acknowledgement or pronoun mandate. Damn. Savage. 50 cent public transport, but the buses have no wheels and are rolled by minorities like a Rapa Nui Easter Island's head. The standard objection to this framing is that the left need not choose, that class politics and cultural politics can simply coexist. This misunderstands the structural problem. The conflict is not primarily one of attention or bandwidth. The deeper issue, as this series has documented, is that many woke cultural positions are not merely unpopular, but substantively wrong. They will be exposed as such whenever they are interrogated directly, whether by political opponents, by evidence, or by ordinary people who encounter them and find them disconnected from reality. A left-wing political program that bundles popular material demands with ridiculous, unserious demands is shooting itself in the foot. Damn. For instance, the recent DSA program still commits to a complete freedom of movement policy, which is essentially a euphemism for open borders, and folds the medicalization of gender dysphoria, including hormone treatment and gender-affirming surgery, into its Medicare for All proposal, with the fuller platform calling for trans minors to access that care without parental consent. The DSA still feels the need to package these highly unpopular positions, which arguably are not even good policies from a left-wing standpoint, alongside its genuinely popular economic demands, is clear evidence that it remains beholden to the priorities of the cultural left. It hands the right a standing refutation every time it is asked to defend those positions publicly. Savage. See, the wokies are upset Rogan laughed at the Rama Rama song on his podcast. Why aren't out the dark yet? We aren't out of the dark yet. Summer's my time. I fit better when my skin darkens. Carrying the light of privilege is such a burden during the winter months. Seriously. Sounds like me. Is one time really spandong? So a regular person can determine wrongness because they see it as disconnected from society. Sounds like racism fuel. Oh, Josh in the house. How you going? Hope you're well. Where I'm dissecting the left, the cultural left versus the class first left, unpacking wokeism, essentially. There is a further dimension to this that needs stating plainly. For all the urgency that progressive activists bring to questions like of gay rights, transgender rights, women's rights, the basic fact is that most of these battles, as far as the existing capitalist system is capable of resolving them, have already been won. The United States legalized gay marriage before countries like Israel even considered it. Women now earn 58% of all bachelor degrees and 62% of all master's degrees and outperform men at every level of education, from primary school through to graduate programs. It's outrageous. The remaining structural barriers women face, the impossibility of balancing caregiving with full-time employment, delayed childbearing, the growing difficulty of finding a stable partner, are not problems that any existing feminist framework has shown any capacity to address, because they are consequences of the political economy itself rather than of residual patriarchal attitudes. A sensible response to this situation is not to keep pushing the cultural frontier further and further into territory that alienates the very people whose support is needed. It is to consolidate the substantial gains that have been made, to defend them. The quickest way to lose those gains is to overstep, to push an ideological agenda into schools, children's media, and public institutions that the majority of the population did not ask for and does not support. This wave of anti-trans sentiment that has swept Western politics did not emerge from nowhere. For a considerable period, most people were perfectly willing to live and let live. What changed was not a spontaneous eruption of bigotry, but a reaction to a concerted institutional push that most ordinary people, including many who consider themselves socially liberal, experienced as an imposition. Any left that is serious about its own future should be defending the rights it has won, not gambling them on an escalation that is producing precisely the backlash it claims to oppose. Wow. Oh, I don't trust this guy reads feminist theory to find good theory. I know, he's pretty well read, this guy. I think he's very well read, actually. Not sure if DFSA is a left organization. Did you say something before that, Josh, that I missed? No. I think you're missing what he's saying though, Jet. Like, you have to agree that, like, I don't think people were very hostile to trans people like 10 years ago. But if they are hostile now, then it's potentially as a reaction to what they feel has been pushed onto them through politics. I never really ever heard anyone being hostile to trans people, like ever. And like it happens now. And the question has to be asked, is that because they are reacting to having trans politics pushed or imposed upon them? It's a fair question. I don't think he's talking about the existence of trans people. I think people knew that trans people existed beforehand. But this is reactionary politics, and it's called reactionary politics. It's called being reactionary for a reason. It's in the name. Trans politics dominating their news feeds, not dominating real life spaces. It happens now because they've been told to care about them. Like I never came across it as an issue before that, ever. Until it was kind of brought up as an issue for people to react to. Doesn't justify their reaction, but like you actually have to consider the conditions, the material conditions. Social media has morphed people's view on reality. I think that's a fair point, actually. I remember going to a May Day rally, and after like coming out of like leftist infighting all online, and then going to an actual May Day rally, and there were so many different variations of like lefty groups there, and they were all getting along and hugging and kissing and holding hands and stuff like that. And I was like, damn, this is not like online at all. Everyone fights each other about like what Lenin did in 1917, October the 4th. And they'll kill each other over it. But like out in the real world, they're all working together and stuff. Trans people had more rights, including privacy, prior to the petition removal of rights. It started with removing their rights. Then we are forced to protest and petition for their existence. No, there's media that pushes the idea that legislation towards rights is an imposition. It's lobbied silently on religious, like the Zionism is for politics. Yes, until they wanted to remove the rights and stimulate a reaction, and while fighting for rights of one, they remove others slowly through passing other quiet legislation. That's why it's a issue. No one cares if you're trans. Jay went to school with trans kids before anyone was having this conversation. It was never an issue until they needed to be one. It was never an issue. And it is now. But like, who started that is the $1 million question here. The $1 trillion question here. You say it's the media or potentially people that were looking to take their rights away. And he says opposite to that. It would seem. Afternoon, fam. Solar Bear, your timing. I've got to go. But it's been another interesting journey. But thank you, everyone. Well, yeah, fair enough. I don't think he's talking about this though. He's not arguing whether trans people are people. End of no argument. I think he's talking about something else. He's talking about people reacting to things being brought into their lives where there was no issue, or like people didn't have any problems with it beforehand. They've existed forever, as many others have. Yeah, again, I don't know. Like, that's not what he's talking about here. Yeah, last election, yes, but like it's that. Yeah, look, I think you have to read what he's actually saying here. It's not about something that happened last year. This is about how it came to public consciousness in the first place. Because prior to, like I said, like 10 years ago, 5 years ago, like no one spoke about it at all. No one cared. No one had any objection to any of this. Now, if you're saying it's a psyop and it's been manufactured, then fine. But you have reaction for a reason. They're called reactionaries. The right, like they usually call them reactionaries for a reason. I think you got to listen to what he's actually saying. It's not easy, but that's what he's asking you to do. All right. Here is a link to the podcast. Me and 4IS are doing a podcast live stream tonight in about 3 hours. Be there or be square. Spandog, Banso Bandit, Ravy, Solar Bear, Jet, Voltateur, Josh, 4IS, Dilemmas, Jag, Hobo Joe. Thank you for hanging out today, everyone. Thanks for interacting. Con, you've been in and out today as well. Thank you very much. Hobo Joe. Did I say you Voltateur? I'm going to say you twice because I forget you sometimes. Blaz, you were in earlier too. Thank you, everyone who's been hanging out. I do appreciate it. It's been interesting. It's been controversial, especially the last part. Hey, we're doing a lot of controversial stuff at the moment. I'm agreeing with you, Mr. Ray, and the issue is that conservatives started advocating for removal of rights, and that's where the conversation started in public space, forcing us to have this conversation. All right. Until next time. Oh, if you've been lurking today, thank you very much. If you're watching after the fact, thank you very much. Activate the like button on your way out on YouTube if you haven't already. And I will see you all tonight. Well, if you're coming tonight. If not, until next time, please remember, I am, you are, we are a mystery. Catch you on the morrow.